Haha. There we go. There we go. Yes, I know. You have fancy new features. I understand. Plus the copy. Both of you leveled up, I imagine. Or leveled up. Spent what points you wanted to spend.
Yes.
There we go. That's what I want. But no. This, not that. Thank you. Sure. Alright. Hello everyone, I'm AD Springer, also known as Corbinian. This is the Electric Metropolis video game tour, and today we're playing another episode of Lex Arcana Susurros Alienorum, where we follow the Contabarum loyal to the Custos Auxiliae Arcanum of the ancient Roman Empire, the Imperial Empire. That's a double, you didn't need to say that, but they have been successful in saving a certain valley from utter doom and destruction by cultists who had designs to wipe out the very memory of the place for the selfish ambitions of a spurned senator. And for the last while, they've kind of been on standby, waiting for the Empire to reclaim the region, take notes, secure areas, and refresh the troops that were once there. And, well, for their first mission, it went pretty well. They succeeded, and they lived. They didn't lose anybody of their team. So, that's good. So we go to that faraway place. The skies were green. And all was doom and gloom. There's a lot of you. Oh, that one should be gone too.
Good.
Actually, you guys would have been, for the time being, you would have based yourselves out of the curator's house.
Yes.
It's the best house for imperial officials. Legate Drusus Varro basically holds command of the region as more people get moved in and the aqueduct is repaired, and with the ritual broken, the undead that linger within the lost city start crumbling, leaving a husk of a city. So it's a lot of just making sure bandits... This just turned into a regular Legion problem. Keep bandits out, keep away beasts. You guys are hanging around just in case weirdness comes up. Like any new arcane stuff happens, but nothing has come of it. Calypso has been busily working with the legate, helping him understand the magia and briefing troops and stuff like that. You get the feeling that the legatus is going to requisition her assistance for a little while. But for the rest of you, there's not a whole lot for you to do. There's no investigations. Once in a while, they might ask you to go into the city and, we saw a weird thing, go look at it, and it's weird, but it doesn't rise to the level. You do regular, like, yes, we'll take note of it. That'll go back to Rome. Somebody will look into this. Maybe we'll look into it, because that could be your next mission, is searching over this lost city and trying to find out what its name is and stuff like that. Tiberius is off. He's currently off at the fort. He's probably due back sometime soon. What are Yulia, Rufina, and Corvus up to?
I am probably. I have been working with the legate on more political sides of things, whereas Calypso is focusing on the magical sides. Um, but otherwise, today I'll probably be starting to ready my stuff for the travel back, because I assume we're going to be heading back soon, or on to the next thing.
Yeah, because there's only 600 within the entire cohort's auxiliary arcana. And the Empire's huge, so there's only so much time. Unless there's a real great reason for you to be here, eventually you're probably going to get reassigned. If nothing else, recalled to Rome for retraining and stuff, or new training even. What about you,
and
Corvus?
Corvus would have been spending a lot of time out of doors and in the mountains and wilderness, re-strengthening his connection to Diana through various rituals and offerings of the hunt, and also gaining a more thorough knowledge of the geography and the region in general. And yeah, that's probably what he has mostly been up to. And kind of checking out, riding up and down the valley, making sure that the taints on the natural world that had been brought by the forbidden magic are truly gone. The lake is no longer this weird blackish thing with monsters underneath it. Helping with the Legion to clear out the bodies from the pond, all that good stuff.
You will notice that the wildlife is slow to return. Some do return. They don't seem as afraid of the place anymore. But it'll probably be a whole turn of the seasons before this place becomes verdant again, if it ever does.
Right.
The waters do seem to be turning the bodies out of the pond are the biggest issue, because that's the only large bit of water that seems to be safe at all. So the legate has been sending soldiers down there to just get bodies out of there, clean it out and stuff like that, test it and stuff.
Oh, once they get the aqueduct repaired, that'll be kind of solve that problem, right?
Yeah. And that's probably largely what Yulia Rufina's been doing, is writing up like requisition reports for engineers and for Senate movements and stuff like that. Recommendations to the relevant, because the regional senator that was representing this part of it, Northern Italia, is currently dead. So there's a little bit of waiting for the other sandal to fall here, because you weren't told to move. You were just told to stay put and maintain position.
Right.
Either you're not in trouble, or you're in a lot of trouble.
I would also do a census. It's the wrong word, but make an inventory of the lost city, what's in it, how many people it could house, that sort of stuff, in case the government wants to resettle it, or if they want to raise it and rebuild it elsewhere. Well, what could we recycle?
You get the feeling that out of, especially, I mean, this becomes a question I mean, you're making the preliminary reports and details, but your understanding of how the Lex Arcana works, or the Cohort's Auxiliary Arcana works, is that they'll likely recommend it be razed to the ground and rebuilt, because it's entirely possible there's still cultic markings here or there, and the Emperor may just put his foot down and go, I'm razing it to the ground, and if you try to stop me, it's treason. You know, it may be that extreme. Though his faction, the guy who you killed, his faction will likely try to preserve it. There is, in theory, like if you take the magic out of it, it's a city. The stones are still there. The waterways are still there. You just have to fix it. And it could be a servable settlement once again. But you know how a single mark carved into a wall could be minor or could be major. And this was a city that was crawling with undead. So it has a heavy taint to it. And who knows how thin the veil is now to the underworld in that place. It may need to be, like, they may need to rebuild a city like further along, like just over this way, just so it's not on the same ground. Which is expensive. It's hideously expensive to do that. Worse yet, what you're finding when you do your research, you can't find the name of this place. No one knows what it is. You see nothing but where names should be, because normally you'd mark buildings, or even like certain stoneworks, you'd mark, this was built, this is the city of such and such, and put it onto marble. Or this was made, this
fake it.
And it's all worn away as if by constant wind and rain. This is a city forgotten and dead. Worse than dead. Worse than dead in Roman thought. It is a forgotten city.
And Corvus also would have been scouting to, help with the bandit problem, finding bandit groups in the surrounding stuff and helping the Legion deal with them and cutting them off before they can get in, all that good stuff.
Yeah, and with the I'll note that you didn't really run into or even heard from the legatus of bandits trying to get into the valley until you solve the crisis. They start coming in, but now they're facing the Legion, who have a fort. And what roads there were are no longer here, so it's a lot of some of them may try to build up in the mountains. That's the biggest worry. They probably won't build here where the road, because if you go that way long enough, you get to the Via Imperium to Mediolanum or Via Imperium to Lugdunum that way. So they wouldn't want to be building along here at all, because then you're going to run into the Legion just going up and down the road sometimes. So they'd have to build a little further this direction. So with your like scouting around and pointing it out, the Legion's able to go, oh, and they just send a couple Cantabarum of their own and go wipe out some bandit camps. It's not hard. You're not just any old hunter. You're a hunter trained by the Cohort's Auxiliary Arcana. You're better than any scout the Legion has, really. And the ones that come here are since you're so deep in the Empire, banditry is kind of hard to come by, because the only strong bandits are out of Raetia right now. The Gallian bandits are more concerned with inner Gallia, not border Gallia, especially not near Italia. But Raetian bandits will give it a shot. They're pretty, you either have fiercely loyal Roman citizens like yourself, or fiercely disloyal who will try their best to get what's theirs and keep it. Just depends who you're talking to, really. Unfortunately for them, many good Raetian bandits are now facing a Raetian scout and hunter, so good luck with that, I guess. We'll say the accommodations at the building are quite nice. Once you're able to clear out the service house and get all the old bandit furs away and stuff, they actually treated this building pretty well. It's one of the few buildings that actually, I mean, it looks kind of ratty on the outside, but the inside looks really, really nice.
Do we need to do anything about the catacombs underneath?
That will require...
Seal them up?
Well, it depends on you. You could seal it up, or you could leave it to whoever might replace you. Because, yeah, the Courts Auxiliary Arcana will need to do something about that, because someone's likely going to study that in time and figure out what was going on down there. How dangerous is it? Is it forbidden knowledge down there? Should it be destroyed, perhaps? What do you... that said, you could... you are the people on point. You could make the decision before your betters get here, because you are the responsible parties in the region until someone higher ranked than you comes along.
Well, like, seeing that we think probably somebody from the Cohorts Arcana will want to study it. I would say what we do is we note its exact location in reports that we're sending back, and then we get a work team from the Legion in to brick it up and then plaster it over to make it look as much like the surrounding walls as possible. And that way, when the Lex Arcana team that wants to study it get here, they know where it is and can knock it through. But until then, it's kind of sealed off and out of sight, out of mind to somebody who might not need. Yeah,
easily done. The Legatus doesn't mind sparing a couple of work team, because every Legionnaire knows a bit of brickworking. So
right, yeah.
Oh, it's like building a fort wall, except just this little bit. Oh, we can do that. Sure, we can blockade a wall. We can blockade a tunnel. That's no big deal. Why are we blockading it? Stop asking questions of the magic people. Maybe that's not a good idea.
Yeah. Got to keep those garrison troopers busy, or they get into trouble.
Yep.
Here, brick up this wall.
Hey, it beats pawn duty.
Fair enough. So yeah, just kind of like basic aftermath stuff, I guess.
Mm-hmm. In that case, all that said, I will call for a Denatura roll to cover the general downtime, if you will, the interlude here from Corvus, and I'll ask for a society roll from Yulia.
Okay.
It's real busy with your general amount of time here.
All right.
I need to move something. There it is. Okay.
Yeah.
That many.
Not terrible.
Does politics or command apply?
Politics would apply.
Perfect. Yeah, that could have been better. Oh no.
Well, Yulia, you make efforts and do what you can to get things set up, but you get the feeling there's going to be a lot. You're kind of disconnected from Roman politics day to day. You've kind of been wrapped up in your Arcana training for the last while, and then basically thrown straight into a mission. So you're not sure what the lay of the land is, and you've definitely shifted it drastically with the death of that senator. So, but you think you've gotten the momentum moving in a different direction. That should be enough for some aspiring senator to pick up and run with it. Especially if they clue in that Yulia Rufina worked on it. It's like, oh, we probably should do something about this. You get the feeling this is definitely work. You get the feeling this isn't going to be fixed anytime soon. You're probably not expecting this. The next consulship will probably be the one that takes care of it, because it sounds like a lot of work. And the current consul probably doesn't want to deal with this right now. Especially when it seems like a disaster happened within the Italia province, which is a massive embarrassment to the Empire in general. So there's probably not a lot of push to highlight that something bad happened in the home province. In the capital province, if you will. Even if it is the northern hinterland of it. But hey, someone's going to do something. They have to. If nothing else, it's a chance for a aspiring aedile or a quaestor to make themselves useful. As for Corvus, you find your efforts are well and truly beneficial, and sometimes you do so well that you're able to take down bandit camps on your own, just because you're able to sneak up on them, or you'll take out like the little piddly patrols at the outside and just slowly spiral their way in, and then they're defeated, and it's like, oh, by the way, camp's up that way, 5 bodies, a couple guys tied to a tree, and just clear it up for me. It's like, what? It's like, it's not that hard when they don't know you're coming.
Ooh, Lex Arcana.
Yeah. Like, oh God, what the? It's like, hey, fighting things is easy when the things you kill stay dead.
Right.
And then one morning, the morning mist clings low over the ruined valley, white fingers curling between ash-licked stones and sprouting green. And the 2 of you have gone to the smoldering remains of the shrine that you watch being consecrated as they burned away, as a priest of Mercury has come by to purge the area of the greenery and to reconsecrate it back to Mercury, as it's supposed to be his spot, not some other person's spot. And you watch as steam rises from the cracked marble, as the warmth of new sun seems to spread, at least to here and to the rest of the valley. The last while you've been here, the silence has been strange. Far too quiet for a land reborn, where birds perch but do not sing, or water runs but does not babble. Even footstep sound is muffled, as if the valley is still listening for something. And then you hear hoofbeats. Several, not hurried, measured, purposeful. And from out of the morning mists rides a tall figure in plainly decorated armor of the cohort's auxiliary Arcana, a plume trimmed in imperial red, sigils of the third occultus, one of the high-ranking Cantabarum, one of the oldest Cantabarum of the organization, kind of glowing softly in their armor.
It's called what?
The third occultus. When they were just scouts who were pulled into arcane service and had to figure out how to do this whole Lex Arcana thing. And they're like, oh, so how do we... These are the people who basically, the first 3 occultists were the ones that basically trained everyone else how to do the job. Although the second occultist is dead. They got wiped out to a man in one mission, so a lot of lessons were learned from their failure. And their failure is well documented. Much to the protest of their families, but the Lex Arcana and the Emperor cares not. They care to preserve the Empire, not your meager honor. Which makes the Emperor plenty of friends when he does that.
Of that I'm sure.
And behind this figure are a set of couriers who, riding behind them, who seem to be pulling along or guiding a cart with a small chest. The officer kind of clops a little bit and pulls his horse to a halt, looking down at the 2 of you.
Salute.
Hello.
The officer glares at Yulia.
And I will salute appropriately.
On horses. Looks at the 2 of you. Are the 2 of you armored or in regular clothes?
I'd be wearing my outfit, but like the uniform, but probably not the armor since we don't expect a battle here.
I'm saying Corvus is probably in his mail because he's been doing kind of military stuff. Plus, the really nicely made chainmail suit I found is so light.
He looks at your mail. Looks you in the eyes. Looks over at Yulia. Looks over at her. Decidedly unlegionary looking. Like, you have a uniform, but you're uniformed as a diplomat. So you're a legionnaire, but you're looking a lot less. You have imperial weight to your attire, but at the same time, you're supposed to be a diplomat. You're supposed to be a voice. So you look slightly more. You look more senatorial, I guess to put it, or more patrician, which fitting. I imagine your character bought her uniform and didn't have it made or assigned to her.
Yes.
Because you're from a family that can afford to do that.
Your uniform actually fits, in other words.
Yeah. And it fits well.
Right.
And it looks new is the other thing. Like there's no patches or darned phrase or anything like that.
Count Burnham, you are recalled to service under urgent writ. You are to make haste south to Caesarea Maritima, at the behest of the prefect Alias Varro. He offers tribute and patronage to the courts Arcana in return for uncovering the fate of 3 missing officials and laying to rest the spiritual malaise afflicting his city. However, he pulls off one of his gauntlets, reaches at his belt and pulls out a sealed scroll, and it seems to be wrapped in black silk. And he looks between the two of you and holds it out to Rafina.
I will accept it with thanks.
Early reports suggest signs of activity matching the Cult of the Ninth Silence. You've seen what they leave behind. He looks around at the blasted valley. You've personally experienced what they whisper in the dark. And we need confirmation or clean denial of their presence in Mauritania. He gestures behind him. Huh?
What was the name of the group one more time? Evidence of Knights.
A Cult of the Ninth Silence.
Ninth. Okay.
Yeah. He steps aside and gestures to the cart with the chest in it. And as he does that, already the guys behind him are getting it out and like hauling it so it's closer to you guys so you can get at it. And they set it down and they take a key. They take a key and they unlock it and they open it up. Inside, you can see several scrolls wrapped in different colors. There's some maps that you see. There's like little badges and fresh passport toggles to move from place to place. Standard stuff when they know you're traveling a long distance. You need to prove to people, hey, I'm real. I'm supposed to be going this way. You are to represent the cohorts. You are permitted to act in our name under the authority of our emperor to find the missing, end the hauntings, confirm or deny the cult's presence. You are to leave by dusk. He looks around at the hills, at the mountains, gazes at the murk where the city once was, looks back to you. On my way here, I had a dream. And in that dream, I watched as the midnight skies over Caesarea were filled with a black comet that blotted out the sky, swallowed the stars, then the very face of Hecate herself. I would advise you to choose a path of great caution and secrecy as you move, or with such alacrity that whoever is there will not have time to prepare. I won't lie to you. It is my feeling that this is a matter best handled by the three occultists. But I don't have enough information to go. And our works are too important. So you will be our spear tip, our vanguard. And I hope, no, I know the gods will be with you, as long as you stay true to them. Any questions, soldiers?
I will salute and, short version, come to attention and salute with gravity. Okay, time to grown up and get serious here.
Yeah.
Yep. Sir, does these passports include writs to allow us to confiscate's not the word, commandeer whatever forms of transport we might need, should we need to, quickly?
He nods at you. Indeed.
Excellent.
The Emperor does not like his officers being hindered. They'll use them judiciously. The more you commandeer, the more paperwork you leave around you. And not everyone is loyal to the Empire as they should. Some are
GM,
idiots.
do we have... Good.
Some are idiots who see themselves able to overthrow the Emperor. He glares at the roadhouse.
So let me, for my notes. Okay. So we are ordered to Caesarea Martania at the request of somebody named Vero.
Your mama, Vero. No.
How'd you know my mother's name? Why
Alias,
did you say that name?
The prefect alias Varro. I'll throw that in the Discord for you.
There are 3 missing officials and evidence of the Cult of the Ninth Silence, which is apparently the same cult we ran into here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
All right. Just want to make sure I had all that down.
As likely, I could see Corvus having a clay tablet and scratching real quick notes of just so I have this. Which is not an uncommon practice among the Arcana, really. It's yeah, we take notes all the time. It's drilled into you constantly to do so.
It's also just how Inslee plays RPGs.
Cough.
Okay. So yeah, let's get our crew together and go.
Yes.
We're in northern Italia.
Yep.
Open up my book to the map.
You're in the areas between Mediolanum and Lugdunum, in the mountains where not where the 3 roads cross, but a little bit into Gallia. Actually, no, I'm wrong. It's a little southern. It's actually in Italia, so if you go to Mediolanum, hit that crossroad, go north, you're along that bit of road.
Okay. So it looks to me like, depending on the season, our quickest route might be down to Genoa, and from there to take ship to Caesarea.
I agree.
So, okay, what Is it a good season and generally weather-wise to sail to make that passage by sea?
Give me a roll of de Natura.
Sailing or navigation?
Sailing, since that's the question you're asking if it's good sailing time.
Okay.
Okay.
That gives me a bump. What shall we roll? Let's just do that one. 13.
13. You're able. Wait, sorry, I might have jumped the gun. No, I was right. It is now the middle of spring. The weather, from what you've heard and what you've felt, and some notes you took back in Rome and stuff like that, and a couple auguries you probably checked on because you're the kind of person who cares about that sort of thing, just for survival reasons. Like, hey, I'll check on the weather. Hey, what's the augury on weather today for the next little while?
Right.
It's like, oh, it's about, there's a big storm coming over the this and that. You're like, oh, okay, no, good, yeah, good to know. Yeah, what about this area? I could tell you that too, but you're asking about Iberia. Why would you care? I like taking notes. I mean, sure, I'll tell you. Why not? So you're the kind of person that took that much note taking before you left Rome. So by the time you think back on your information, maybe even check a clay tablet or two just to double check yourself, so you're not just trusting your memory. Weather should be good, pending any weird arcane chicanery. But yeah,
right.
No, it's mid-spring. Not quite. The summer storms won't hit the med for a while yet.
Okay.
So it should be okay.
So, by and large, a good part of the year where people do make those kind of sailing voyages. Because I know there are parts where you don't sail in certain directions in the old days in the med, unless you can help it.
Yeah, summer's not great, and winter's not great, usually.
Yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
Kind of like the North Atlantic that way. You get
Yeah.
storms at the extremes.
So yeah, gather up the gear, take the various, passports and documents, and I'm assuming we have funds.
Yeah, there'd be stacks of money and stuff like that to cover your expenses and your pay currently, because you've been here for a bit. So it's like, oh, here's your salary for being here, doing your job. Cool. And there's a couple little badges of recognition with the Imperial seal on them. Which, hey, and it's like, to anyone else outside, wow, you did an Imperial mission. That is so exciting and awesome. But you know that it's like, this is the I did my job badge.
Right.
Everyone gets this for just doing even if they don't do a good job, they get one of these. It's still impressive. Right. It's still an Imperial version of it, but it's just so you can prove that you actually did your job and an officer saw you do it or recognized that you did it.
Cool.
Sometimes they serve as IOUs if they don't actually send you your salary. It's like, no, I was there. Don't get mad. I have proof.
So, yeah, I say we post-horse our way down to Genoa, because that'll get us there pretty quick. But then once there, instead of commandeering a boat, we hire one. And maybe in Genoa, we don't come off too obviously as Cohor's Arcana.
Yes.
I'm no good at coming up with kind of covers and whatever, but I figure you might be able to help with that. I do have a massive 7 in Streetwise, though.
Oh, just so you're made aware, he says, as your officer says, as he kind of looks around at the Temple of Mercury restored. It has been noted in your file that you have participated in forbidden ritual. But it has been judged that since the gods do not see you as foe, It has been permitted for the safety and security of the Empire. Do not make this a habit, or I swear to you, I will hunt you myself. Is that understood?
Sir.
Clearly.
To make recompense and penance for this deviation from protocol, Calypso and Tiberius shall stay here with me, and I'll send them after you once they are done.
I nod. I don't think that trying to push for them to come with is gonna be received.
Yeah.
You're starting to see the other reason why one of the 30 occultists came here.
Yeah.
In case you guys happen to have forbidden powers.
But we don't. We just got normal powers.
Corvus, you will be permitted to retain the armor, he says, not facing you now, looking at the temple. It is my assessment that it is made well, but not through forbidden practice.
Yes, sir.
Though, he turns around to look at you, looks you up and down. You may want to try making it look like it isn't so pristine. It does draw the eye. Which, you've been trying that already for the last few weeks. That stupid thing won't stay dirty for, well, you have to pull your cloak over it to make it hidden. It stays perfectly clean all the time. It catches the sun.
Oh.
Which is great. It's always clean. On the downside, it's not great for sneaking around in.
That's true. Okay. I'll have to get some sort of surplus or something. Whatever the thing whenever armor's called.
Oh, a tabard.
Tabard, yeah.
And what of this strange cachet you found in the lake? He looks. That black hole you found. Anything you didn't report?
A hole in the lake? We found the tablet. Is that what he's talked about?
The cube.
Oh, that lake. Sorry, I was thinking about the pond.
Yeah, that I would definitely. I would have reported everything, including the lesson of, like, don't go to sleep on mysterious cubes, which honestly should have been obvious in retrospect, but anyway.
Yeah. But also reported that, it does appear to, be potentially a valuable source of information about an ongoing and major threat to the Empire, so that my recommendation would have been, for somebody smarter than me to study it and puzzle it out rather than having it destroyed.
I will note to the both of you that I intend to investigate the place myself. So if there is anything you haven't reported, now's the time to tell me. Gives you both a measured look. Like he's had to say this before to other Contabero.
Sir, my report was complete. But again, I will underline for you that it is my belief that it may contain valuable intelligence on an ongoing threat to the Empire. And for what it is worth, I think experts should make a study of it rather than it be sealed off or destroyed. At least they should make a study of it before doing so, I should say, sir.
What do you base this recommendation on? You're not known for your specialty in magia.
That is certainly true, sir. Uh, there is a kind of map in the floor of the structure inside on the southern end. I don't know. It's actually the southern end, but that's the bottom of the map that we were using. That corresponds to various provinces of the empire, and and seems to indicate a creeping darkness, as I recall anyway, flows out from Britannia and made it halfway across the distance from Britannia towards Mauritania. We also found the scroll we reported from that pillars in the sky. There it is. A scroll that had the symbol of the Lex Arcana on it, which pointed out some of the elements of the ritual that helped us to defeat it. And
Grigaris, have you been promoted since before I got here?
No, sir, but it is my duty to make recommendations and reports, sir.
Oh. He's not exactly politic, is he? He looks at Yulia.
Oh, he has a 6 in D Societe. Why do you ask?
I incline my head and say nothing. Sometimes discretion is the better part of valor.
Shakes his head, looks over at you, Corvus. Thankfully for you, those of us of Protector know that things are better studied and known for them to be defeated. Though I advise you that some may hear the words you say, and if they judge what you left behind as forbidden, they may see you as its extension. I do not, or I see you and your work here. You are new, perhaps not young, but know that imperial politic is not beyond you. Carry on.
Sure.
And he walks into the temple to do something. Meanwhile, there's some guys hanging around the chest to let you guys gather it up, and once you gather what you wanted, they'll put it back on the cart and wait around for their superior to come back.
When he tells us to carry on, I'll give him a salute.
Oh, good. I was hoping we didn't have to kill them, the three of them say as they retreat back to their position. I'm making a great effort to hide what they were saying.
Corvus looks to Yulia and goes, well, shall we change into traveling gear and gather our horses and things and head out? Hopefully, what was his rank again?
Protector.
Hopefully the Protector won't keep Calypso and Tiberius too long.
I hope not.
So yeah, gather up the scrolls and all that other good stuff, and head back and change out of armor and into, just standard traveling gear. Get ready to head out.
Whoops, did I not set up? Oh, I didn't. Whoops.
Make sure our diplomas are ready to hand to take post horses to make our trip faster.
Pull you guys over here. Just gotta clean up this page. I forgot to leave an open map for you guys. Generic travels. Bear with me a moment as I clean up. Oops, map.
Did you find it?
Oh.
Yeah.
Then the two of you. Where are you? Yulia. Whoops, way too far. You. Alright. So, grab the right draw tool. You guys. There. And you're trying to get here. Very rough map scrawling here, just so I can keep track of where you are. So yeah, you are planning to head to Genoa?
Yes.
It seems like the most direct.
Okay, so you're gonna go Alright, so that means Alright. So you're going to be traveling by post rider, you say?
Yeah, I think we have like our papers let us their imperial stables basically where you can, switch horses and keep going so you don't.
You're basically always on a fresh horse. You're moving at moving at the speed of what mail would be moving.
Right, yeah.
Which is god fast when it comes to
Mm.
This is not the travel speed that unimportant people can do, frankly.
Right.
So, the next thing I need to determine is so you're traveling with all Imperial haste, basically.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
At least to Genoa, if nothing else.
Yeah.
Right.
Though, that said, we probably should, before we embark on the next part of the trip, we probably should think of a useful cover story in disguise.
Right.
Because, especially since we're not at our full strength, I think we want to avoid notice.
Yeah, I mean, did the chest contain papers that would let us use the Imperial Post system without revealing our our cohort's Arcana connection, or are we still just using our basic diplomas for that?
If you're going at post speed, you'd have to use it because you have to identify your Legion mission and why you're taking up the post horse, because that's meant for like orders for moving militaries around and stuff like that. It's like, what are you doing? Why do you need the horse? I'm on order. I guess you could degrade yourself in the sense of, oh no, we're just carrying messages. But it still looks important. You're on very important business if you're grabbing a post horse. Someone's gonna pick. They may not know it's Lex Arcana, but they know the Legion's doing something important.
Yeah, but I'm not going to worry about that too much. I mean, but yeah, I say we kind of cover ourselves with that we're, couriers on Legion business, and that's all people need to know.
Yeah.
And, cover up or don't talk about our cohort's Arcana connection.
That makes sense to me.
Okay. So at that speed, it's basically going to take you from where you are about 2 days, give or take, to get from where you are to Genoa.
Okay.
Let's see. And that's traveling the main roads, so
Right.
why not, right? You're in Italia. The roads here are pretty darn good. So I want one of you to roll a d8 to see if any sort of accident happens to happen on the road.
Okay.
After you.
Sure.
Given that this is a public road, the Via Imperia, it is quite easily well maintained. You run into a lot of people along the way. They know to stay out of your way. You're on very fast horses with your plain colors. You are the get out of my way horse, if you will. So no one really stops you. No one bothers you. And there is some people. Sometimes the Legionnaire will see you and call "make way." Like they'll shout it as loud as they can to let people know that you're riding at them, and they'll go, "Huh?" Oh, and they'll move out of the way. Carts kind of stay off to a side a little bit to leave a little area for you to ride right past them, or if you need to, if there's like a lot of space in the way, people will call out cart or something as you're coming at them, and you'll see it, you'll hear it, and then you see it. It's like, oh, okay, so I know the carts can't move, so I'll ride a little bit off the road, just go around you because I'm a horse, and then get back on the road and keep going. So you're not off road. You're off road for maybe at most 5 minutes at a time because you're riding fast, running your horse near to death, but not absolute death, but you're riding, you're not thinking about preserving the horse for a long journey because you're gonna be swapping horses the whole time. Set on myself wrong. You cross bridges, you see the wealth and breadth of the empire. And there is at least, and actually there's no bridge crossings you really have to do because you follow the river for most of it and then you veer away from it and come back again until you get to Genoa, so you don't have to worry about any choke points of that kind, which is a concern for long travels like that. Bad things can happen at places like that, even just by accident. So you, with great alacrity of 2 days of travel, arrive in Genoa.
Hooray!
A bustling city of the Empire, merchants coming and going, and you, among many other when you arrive, you are one of many posts. Like you will draw paperwork attention because you are officials coming in on post horses, so that's noted. But you're not the only ones doing that. There's all kinds of stuff coming and going. Your horses come down, some other groups riding off to do something else.
Right.
Whether it's Lex Arcana or other Legion business, who knows? Not your concern, frankly. Not your business, frankly. And likewise, the same way around. Everyone has other stuff that they're doing. They take your notes, they take your papers, they note your names. And if you have no other business at the post, they will tell you to go away because they have like a million other things they have to do that day.
That makes sense.
Especially since you're coming in as just regular legions. Like, there is a beat of, is there anything you're supposed to hand me? 1, 2, 3. No? Okay, go away. Like, they don't give you, there's a very short time of, you have anything for me? No? Okay, go away. There's like 5 other people behind you. Shoo. I don't have time to wait for you.
Welcome to the find lodgings and rest and make a plan for the next stage. Oh, looks like she's BRB'd.
That's what you get.
Yeah. So I'll find us lodgings.
Yeah, you're able to find lodgings pretty easily. Do you find like private lodgings, or do you try to find the local Legion house?
I think more like private lodgings at this point, because now we may want to kind of change our approach a little bit. So we've got the cash, so not government housing, but just the equivalent of an inn, I guess. Mancio is the official thing, so whatever the kind of unofficial, yeah. But not a down on its heels one. They just kind of standard that a merchant who's doing well, but not terribly, but is not going to waste any more money than he has to on lodgings on his way to ship out or whatever would have.
Easily done. You're in a major city. You're able to find a place to stay and wash up, and like any other traveler would, if they're willing to spend an extra bit of money to get be on their way or do business here. You can do business here for a little while if one was so
hit
inclined.
The public baths.
Yep.
Yeah.
Baths here in Genoa are pretty good.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Corvus is not the guy to start sussing out the shipping schedule and what we're going to do. There she is. Okay,
Yeah,
I've gotten us private lodgings that aren't terribly flashy, but also aren't like dirt poor. So we can rest and hit the public baths and figure out our next plan. But I'm definitely not the person to be sussing out the shipping routes, the shipping, schedules, and making connections and all that.
Yeah, I'll ask around about it after I've had a chance to get tidied up in the baths, because I'm sure we're covered in road dust.
Yeah, you don't exactly rest post horse speed. You don't spend very much time resting and relaxing. It's okay. Here's your horse. Okay, get in the other horse. Okay, keep going.
Yeah.
Just enough sleep so you don't fall out of your saddle.
Yeah. Are you going at it as a patrician lady, or are you doing something different?
I don't.
Go ahead.
I'd probably just be going as I guess we have two options. We could either go a patrician lady and attendant in a disguise, if you have street clothes with you, or we could go as just legionaries on a quest, like having been assigned to quest or something. Not sure what makes more sense here.
I almost think that going as a lady and her guard or whatever would draw less attention, and we're paying in cash, because going legionary, I think we do leave a paperwork trail.
Yeah.
But I mean, and a lady could also, who's wanting to get to Caesarea can also, theoretically afford the outlay to go, no, I'm not going to travel all along the southern coast of Iberia to get there eventually. I'm going to do a direct route.
Yeah.
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 So yeah, Corvus will, Oh, go ahead.
In which case, I'm going to need to get changed into something that befits the cover. So I will do that.
Yeah, and Corvus will, take on the role and, decent clothing, but, as obviously the, guard for the lady.
I feel that the society and you're helping each other out with this, as one is covering for the other. I can't imagine who's going to be leading it. I really don't. I mean, you'll have to figure that out.
Does
really
the form apply?
Sorry?
I see. I assume decorum applies.
It does, yeah.
What about streetwise?
Yeah, you can assist with that, certainly. Well, you're rolling. Yeah, it's still assist either way.
Yeah, it's de societe. It's just
Yeah.
just gives me 1 extra die for a whopping 7.
Is that a good result for us, or because I do have Mercury Negotiator.
Nah, it's a success.
Okay. Then I will leave it as it stands. Because I don't necessarily want to spend all my pietas this early in the session.
You make some preliminary investigations into who. Well, rather, you make some preliminary preparations to go about and look the part that you're trying to present. But I'm going to treat this as a more advanced role, like exploration or investigation. So you do need at least 2 more rolls, 2 more successes rather, to actually get a boat today. Because you've done the preparations now. It's just a matter of trying to find if there's anyone who is going where you need to go for money that isn't hideously. Because you could commandeer, like you could always force a ship to go where you want, but you're trying to find one like a patrician would, at a money amount that a patrician would be willing to spend.
Gotcha. All right, sure. So another societe roll.
Yeah.
Decorum or negotiation is better spec here.
Negotiation at this point.
Okay. Submit. I'll take it.
That will be 2 successes. You won't be leaving today. You'll have to try again tomorrow. But you get part of the way there. You find prices, but you find that and everyone who's in port today isn't willing to go where you want to at a price that you're willing to spend.
That's fair. I don't necessarily think we want to spend resources this early to change that.
2 days there.
Yeah.
1 day there.
And plus, throwing too much money around also draws attention. And we.
Yeah.
You spend the night in Genoa?
Yep.
I will ask of each of you that fateful night to battle to the death. Now, to give me sensibilitas.
That's unfortunate. Where's my character sheet? There it is. Yeah, that's about what I expected for me.
Yulia, you dream your dreams, formless and vague, and forget them by morning light. Horvis, you dream a dream of a city at light at night. The stars twinkling above. The moon full and bright. And then witness an absence grow in the night sky. And it grows like a grand sphere, like a black comet. It approaches. It approaches. And thus you wake.
Well. Oh, I'm no augur, but that bodes ill.
That it does.
Yeah, I will, when we meet for breakfast or whatever, I will share my dream with Yulia Rufina. It also seems to somewhat match the dream the Protector had.
Yep. That's... Well, hopefully it's not as ominous as it seems.
God's willing.
The city of Genoa wakes as it normally was and operates as it usually would. Much business, much trade, people from far and wide coming and going. New set of ships coming to dock, others leaving. Another brand new day on Genoa.
Shall we see if we can't finish booking passage?
Yes.
The society is called upon once again. You only need at least one success to find someone. Because at this point, it's a way. Some captains may have heard that some patrician ladies asking around, and they may decide to change where they're going. You just have to figure out who that is. And with that roll, yes, you're able to find yourself a ship that is heading the way you want to go. Let me figure out travel times here. Oh, no, nope. Come back. Here. Here. Okay. Just to figure out how much of a pain in the neck it is. Oh, by the way, one thing I had actually misinformed you, and your character would know better than I. Travel on the ocean. Spring, it's possible, but with great caution. Summer is the time people like to travel on water here the safest. And winter is, I was right to say that winter is the season you really don't want to be doing it. Yeah, you can totally go in spring. Some people, and that's probably why some people aren't terribly thrilled about being on the med for too long. Or what they would call it the med, they would call it the mare interim. Or the internal sea. They want to stay to coasts as much as possible. They don't like going the long span of it if they don't have to. They'd rather wait till spring, but you're like, no, we want to go now. It's like, well, maybe you have some business in Maritanium. They don't know, but some people just are like, yeah, I'll do it for this much money, and it's a hideous amount. But eventually you find someone who's like, oh, I'm already going that way anyway. Whether he actually was going that way or not is uncertain. But, they're willing to take you there for an amount of money that's worth talking about. They ask how much you're bringing with you, what if they need to, like, if there's any goods you need to bring along, or if there's a retinue that needs to come along. Do you need more than one ship, maybe?
3. The lady, her maid, and 2 guards. Are we going to sail by ourselves and then have Tiberius and whatever catch up?
I think they'll have to catch up.
Okay. And the lady and her guard.
Easily done. They'll be able to. The person who makes the arrangements for you will point you in the direction of one of the gubernators, one of their ship captains, who has. Since you don't need a massive boat full of things, they basically will put you. Since you are someone of worth, they are going to put you on a small wine ship. So there's a lot of stuff going that way. So they're still going to make money on the trip. But also, it's comfortable. You get plenty of space. They'll kind of set aside some time for you, so you get to have your own little part of the boat, which is a bit of a money loss on them. That's why they're charging you a bit. But you're willing to pay that much, and you as a patrician know that they're not overcharging you. That's for the trip that you're doing. That makes sense. And you'll be attended to by the gubernator will likely come to visit you at least once at the beginning of the trip and at the end of the trip, just out of sheer politeness and deference to your wealth and your status. And the average Nautier, the average sailor is gonna see your big guard and armed guard and decide to leave the lady alone and not bother her with their many tricks and sleights of hand and sleights of seduction, perhaps, and hope they get lucky. Because there's a big guy who will bop them on the head if they try their luck. Not knowing that you would probably kill them anyway, but they don't even make the attempt. It's nope, not doing that. That looks like a way to fall overboard. I'm not doing that.
At best.
At best. So you are told that it'll take roughly it shouldn't take more than a day to cross. Assuming the weather doesn't fight you on this, but it should take them about a day to just hit straight there.
Okay.
Do you want them to sail straight into the city, like to the port, or do you want them to drop you off somewhere else? They could get you right to Caesarea, because Caesarea Maritima is a maritime town. It's in the name. Although that said, most towns in Mauritania are seaside towns.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it probably makes more sense if we I think it probably makes more sense if we go to the port. Also, I will have to give a quick BRB. My computer is glitching out, which probably means it needs to be restarted just because it is.
Yeah, I agree. I think straight to the port will be less conspicuous.
Yep.
We're moving pretty fast, which is good.
Yeah, you're moving at the speed of Imperium and Patrician, so you're moving very fast. Most people can't afford to move this fast across the Empire. Heck, the only way you would have moved faster that would have skipped like this day would have been if you were like, no, we're the Lex Arcana. That ship's ours now. Go this way now.
Right.
Or else what? Or we'll report you. And then a bunch of legionnaires will take the ship from you.
Right. Congratulations, you're in the Navy now.
Yeah. Especially in Imperial Rome. It's like, hey, wait a minute, you can't do this. Yes, we can. The Emperor says we can. You do get word that after you get the ship ready to go, and they're ready to go whenever you guys are, that a fellow of your entourage will be coming, and you catch a little shall we say, a code sign, if you will, that a member of from the Arcana indicating that on the paperwork that indicates that someone of your Cantabarum is catching up to you, so you might want to wait a bit.
Okay.
But they should be there by end of day. But the official stack is, hey, it's a letter saying, oh, someone else in her retinue's here. Because even though the Lex Arcanum aren't always here, the Imperial network is. And they know to help you guys. They're aware that you're here. Because the Emperor is always aware where you are, unless you make an active effort to evade his notice. Because it's his paperwork you're using. So it's like, oh, well, hey, heads up, someone's catching up to you. Wait a second. Okay. So is there anything you do in Genoa? Any preparations you do before, as you wait for your fellow custode to catch up to you?
Is there a temple to Mercury here?
I would say so, yeah. In Genoa, I wouldn't be surprised if there was.
Alright, I will go give him an offering in thanks for the smooth negotiation and travel so far.
Give me a roll of Octoritus.
Octoritus, you say? One moment. I'm not fantastic at it.
You make your efforts and you make your pleas and thanks known to Mercury and the relevant temple personages will do the customary nods. But no vision, no... not that you're lacking pietas in the first place, but you wouldn't have gained any in the otherwise. You did what was expected. And not much else. Which, hey, that's still good enough. I mean, Mercury's fine with you just giving him credit for being awesome. Frankly.
Yep.
Yes, I am awesome. I agree.
Good.
And what of our traveling hunter?
Of course, a couple things. One, he's going to try and buy essentially a tabard, some sort of, brownish green cloth cover to wear over the outside of his armor to, hide the glint if necessary.
Mm-hmm. Easily done. You get a lot of, hey, that's a nice bit of armor occasionally, but then again, there's lots of people in really nice armor around here, so.
And is there a Temple of Diana around and about?
You'd have to go a bit further out, away from the city center, but you can find one. Not too far away.
Sure, yeah. So make some basic offerings and pray for her intercession with her uncle, Neptune, for a safe and swift passage.
I'll ask for Octoritus for that, good sir.
I wish you wouldn't. It is my worst.
You're the one invoking the gods. Don't get mad at me.
I'm not invoking them very well.
Well, again, as any god does, they are more than willing to patronize those who are the tutelaries and such. So you do what is expected. And you don't know the depths of worship, but, you're giving the nods and thanks, and, it's good of you to do this sort of speeches.
I know how to make the various offerings and all that kind of stuff.
And that's automatic. That's like, that's straight up anyone can do base, especially if it's your tutelary. Right. It would have been drilled into you. This is what you do. If there's
Yeah,
no other
and-
god you know how to pray to, know yours. Know the one that watches over this particular branch of the Lex Arcana.
And I'd like to have gotten up like really early to take care of that and then get the tavern on the way back. And I'm going to kind of try and shadow Yulia as she goes around with the object of trying to see if anybody else appears to be shadowing her / us.
You, in that case, give me the Natura. You are being opposed.
Okay. Would this be hunting?
I'd say so, yeah. You're kind of countering someone else's stealth, essentially.
Okay. Let's go for that one. 12. I had them by one.
You see a glint of green amidst the peoples along the roads. And it stands out. It glints like armor. And every so often that person, when they notice the glint on their armor, they'll move into the crowd a little bit better to kind of blend in. And then you basically have to break away to confront them to really get a good look at them. But for now, you know somebody's following Yulia.
So it's armor.
Yep.
Okay, so I don't think I'm going to confront them now, but I am going to keep tabs on them and.
For my part, merely oblivious, I'm gonna buy some more rations as well.
You buy some rations. Easily done. It's a trade city. It's a port city. Lots of people do this.
Yeah.
Good.
You probably get nanners.
Any other business for Yulia Rafina? As Corvus shadows you, and a green armored person shadows you.
Having bought the what's the word? The rations, otherwise, I guess I will get ready for some for having a meal at an eating house, if there is one.
Oh, there's plenty. It's Genoa.
I'm in a proper town, and I don't have to have dried food. Then I'm gonna have something fresh.
You notice as Yulia steps into this place, Corvus, you notice that you briefly lose track of the green armored person, but you caught them, and for a second you think you don't know, they may have just walked right by, and just as you turn your head, at the corner of your eye you see a glint of like shoulder pauldron that's green, and you look back to see a red-headed person step in to where Yulia went into.
Oh, a red-headed person. Okay, so I will follow.
The figure seems to be walking up behind Yulia to her table.
Okay.
With a big, long thing wrapped in cloth at their back. It's like, whatever it is, it's slightly taller than they are.
So, at this point, Corvus will try and glide around to step between this figure and Yulia with his hand on his gladius and say, "Hold! You have business with my lady?"
Give me some coordinato. If you're able to get there swiftly enough to intercede well ahead of them, because you're kind of following after them without bumping in and bustling into people.
Okay.
Because there are other people dining here who are like, ah.
Yeah. Fair enough. Let's try that combination. Ugh, not a great combination. 8.
You jostle someone who is having soup, and they look like they're going to say something. They see you and go, nope, leaving whatever that is alone. But you're able to get ahead of whoever this is. And you see Chorus very quickly intercede between you and some other person.
A wench with a halberd.
I will kind of look over at him with surprise.
As you look over, you're in seeing passive. You can see the glint of green armor hidden by their soft silver cloak, bright red hair, pale skin, green eyes.
Britannia
Gives Britannia very strongly. Yep. Though the armor looks outlandish.
Hello. I will say to her.
She tries to speak to you, either of you, in Gallian.
I don't think I understand that language. Let me check. Come on.
I've got Latin, Ratian, and German, but no Gallic.
And for my part, yes, I have Latin and Greek only.
She says something and looks at the two of you for a beat to see if either of you register what she just said.
I will greet her in Greek instead and try Greek. Do you understand Greek?
Latin is enough, yes? You hear a thick Gallian accent. This person does not speak Latin very often. It is plain.
Gallian? Like French?
Mm-hmm.
Are from Gaul? Okay.
From Gaul, yeah.
Okay.
Which interesting, they don't have a Britannic accent, which is distinct in itself.
Right, that's what I was tracking down, yeah.
Latin is fine, yes?
Should be.
Corvus will kind of step aside so that Yulia can talk with this person, but, keeping the kind of place a guard would, keeping up our appearance.
Yes.
I would have the honor to greet a lady of distinct patronage and bloodline, and an offer upon her to compete with a ship captain, another shipping service, to proffer the services of mine ship, the Australis. And she bows her head a little bit at you. Hand over her chest. Over her armor, but
Australis.
Have you sailed there often? Where we head?
She smirks a little bit. I and the captain who I patronize has travailed the many mares and beyond. The mare internum is of easy consequence to navigate.
I see. I'll look over at
Corvus?
Corvus. Yes, thank you. I was
Patricians,
blanking on
forgetting
names.
people's names.
Right,
No,
right.
I wasn't trying to. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
I'll look over at Corvus and see
I'll
what
give.
his evaluation is. See if you seem to think she seems decent. For my part, I will. I'm not sure what what skill would apply here, but I'm trying to get the sense of whether or not she actually seems like a sailor, or if she seems like somebody who is pretending to be a sailor.
Sensibilities.
Shoot. All right.
Corvus roll sailing.
You could, yep.
Since we were explicitly warned by
Yeah.
the person, I'm being a little more suspicious than I normally would.
This Corvus, for your part, you do not see a sailor, but you do see a soldier who is familiar with marine warfare. This is a person who they're standing a certain way that if you do a lot of naval work, you tend to stand a certain way even on land because you're used to the boat rocking, and they kind of maintain. Most Romans don't have sea legs like that, but you recognize the look. She's not a sailor herself, but she is a marine. Or marine militus.
My lady, the soldier before us is no sailor, but is also no stranger to maritime journeys and combat, I believe. She stands as one long accustomed to the motion of the seas.
Huh.
May we...
And I kind of incline my head respectfully to her, to the redhead, other redhead.
She nods at you with a smile. Taking the compliment well. If demurely.
I'll smile at her. Well, thank you for the offer, then. We would be pleased to travel with you, if you'll have us.
The honor is mine. The Australis will be the one with the dragon upon its sail, stitched in silver. It stands out.
A silver icon on the sail, I'm sure, will stand out greatly. Your crew must be quite prosperous.
We do what we can, but it is in the honors of such that great works are done. I shall disturb you no further, and apologies for alarming you, good sir. She nods at you, Corvus.
Corvus just kind of, politely shrugs it off with a kind of gesture that, kind of means, all in a day's adventure as a guard.
Yeah. Lex Draconis and Pace. She nods. She bows to the two of you and farewell, and walks away. Light of the dragon in peace? That doesn't make a whole lot of sense in Latin, what she just said.
Interesting.
Meanwhile, Tiberius Mauritanius.
Well,
Was that a howdy?
no, sorry. Interruption. Hello. Howdy.
Hi. So, in summary, a high-ranking official, a protector of the court's auxiliary Arcana, after some time, did come to fetch your Cantabarum, and as a sort of penance and for your participation with the druid's work, he's holding you and Calypso back to help him investigate things a little bit, partially to interrogate you a little bit personally, but also, okay, show me this, tell me what you saw, okay, good to know, okay, show me here, what'd you see, okay, until eventually he will need to hang on to Calypso a bit longer. There's not a whole lot much more you can do. You've told him about the fights and how they turned out, where the big man was, what it was like. And it's like, okay, well, there's no reason for me to hang on to you anymore. I don't need the extra fighting strength because there's the Legion and himself. And Calypso, he's fine. So he'll hand you various papers and instructions to make haste to Gaul, to follow after the footsteps of Julia, Rufina, and Corvus. There is a mission that you've been sent on. If you want briefing and details, you will talk to them. The only passive thing he'll say to you, one of the things you'll learn about this guy is that he's a protector from the third occultus. The three occultists are the oldest. When the Lexicana was first formed, they basically just grabbed scout units from the Legion, like the best of the best, and then said, we give you a bit of magic training and then go do stuff. And they learned how the courts are kind of worked after that. From them, that's how everyone else learned what they know. And the price of that was losing the second occultist. They got just wiped out to a man. Their entire Cantabarum was just destroyed. So the first and third occultists survived them and have been the old Cantabarum that have formed around. So the fact that this guy's a protector of one of the old occultists, gives an indication how serious they take what you guys have done here. They've sent someone, short of one of the Imperial advisors to advise, personal Lex Arcana advisors, they've sent one of their best to come here and research what you guys were up to.
Okay.
There, you get the feeling from the whole thing that you were basically being investigated. It was an interrogation. You were kind of on a soft house arrest around him, but he didn't seem to fear that you were going to attack him or that you were going to run away. So you just walked around with him. You just weren't allowed to do stuff on your own. You had to walk around with wherever he goes. You were going with him, which made sense. In the Praetorian Guard, people outranked you. That wasn't weird.
Yeah.
So eventually, he sent you on your way with no great ceremony. Just, yep, here's your papers. Go away now. I'm busy. Safe travels and all that.
So first things first, Shrine of Mars to sacrifice that spear to him.
You can do what you can make up a makeshift one there, but you could do one on the way down to Genoa or in Genoa itself, frankly.
Oh, I'm going to Genoa.
Yeah.
That's not Gaul anymore. That's Upper Gaul. That's Switzerland already.
That's Italia, good sir.
Oh well. Depends on who you ask, I suppose. In any case, is there a town nearby that I could just stop in and go to a shrine or make a shrine there? I'd rather not do it in the nature,
You could go on the way to Gaul. You could stop by Mediolanum. That's a major city that you could stop by. And have a Mars temple, for sure.
That's great. Yeah, I'll ride hard for Mediolanum before stopping at a shrine and making the appropriate offerings.
After making, actually, I will gift upon you, on your journey, a roll of Octoritus.
Oh, okay. Here's 11.
As you make your offering of the Sapphire Spear, which does draw quite a bit of eyes and attention. You knew enough as well that this was a grand offering to Mars, a offering of penance to him, and it was a worthy one. So you made sure to make sure that the appropriate priests who should take ownership of such. So you're not like, if it's just like a random offering, you put it on the altar and you walk away. No one's gonna steal some some herbs or a couple of silver or whatever. But if it's like a really important thing, you make sure a priest watches you put it at Mars' feet, and then very swiftly when you leave, it will be picked up and put away somewhere so it doesn't get stolen. Because some idiots do thieve from gods. That's not your fault, but you you did that more for someone else's safety, so they didn't do something stupid and get themselves Mars's ire. But for that, you also get a deep sense that where you will go, you will find yourself amidst soldiers grand and rusted.
Noted down. And then I will pack up everything and ride hard for Genoa. I misheard you earlier. I thought you said Geneva. And I was like, wait, that's Switzerland. What are we doing there? Genoa. I will go to Genoa.
After a couple days of hard post-riding, you are able to suss out where Yulia, Rafina, and Corvus are staying. Or rather, where they're eating. Because this journey, you aren't told by those of the Lex Arcana, because there's only 600 of you in the entirety of the Empire. But the Imperial network, if you will, like just regular functionaries of the Emperor, unless you make a dedicated effort to evade them, they know where you guys are going. They always keep track of where you're going and how what money you're spending, what paperwork you're using, that sort of thing. So the Emperor's always aware of your motions. By the time you get there, they would have been informed you're on your way. And you're told by someone at the post office, oh, by the way, the entourage you are to join is at this eating house. And you get the feeling that your fellow custodes of Cantabarum, they are making efforts to hide their Lex Arcana, if that's the coded way they're speaking to you.
Oh, okay. Remind me again, which month of the year is it?
This is somewhere in spring. I believe it would be May.
Is it hot?
By this point.
Is the weather hot?
It's getting warm.
Okay.
Summer's starting to tease at you a little bit.
Then I'll hitch up my horse outside of wherever they are eating, if they can be found inside. Take my canteen, splash it all over my face, get a nice little clean look, maybe if I can, or go to the trough and wash up a little bit, and step inside. Here. Oh well, no time for bathhouses.
Public baths, yeah.
No time for such things. We must meet.
He does a soldier's bath. Canteen, rub face. I'm good.
A little bit under the armpits, yeah, we're good. And I'll go inside to meet them. Upon seeing Corvus, I'd like to give him a little the old Ben-Hur handshake, if I can, and just a polite but deep bow to Lady Rafina.
I'll give him a bow.
Holloway Tiberius.
Almost as if I'm about to salute you, then realize that we're disguised. Just out of habit. It's oh, right.
Yeah, I will not be wearing my war gear. I came in with a heavy green cloak that's draped over my shoulders and some standard out of army issue clothes, I guess. Ave, I heard that we are meeting here. Apologies for my delay. I rode as fast as I could, but I had to stop at Mediolanum.
No problem.
So, is there ale in this house, or are we drinking wine today?
I'd be drinking wine if it's available.
Yeah, it's Genoa. You can get wine here.
Good.
For sure.
Please. What have I missed? I'm, again, sorry I have been held back by superiors.
People drink and chat among themselves, not paying attention to your table. You're one of many other travelers that come and go in Genoa, so There's some level of soft privacy here, you notice. Even the fact that Yulia's rich and has guards around her, yeah, that's not unusual here.
I'll just, lean in on the table. I had heard inklings of where we are being sent, but I know not the full details. Did you fill me in?
We take ship to Caesarea, Mauritania.
My hometown, or rather home province.
Is it tomorrow or tonight? I forget.
Today. They're waiting on you.
Today.
Although you now have a new possible ship to take that will leave whenever as well, so...
Yeah.
What exactly do we seek in my home province?
Perhaps it's best we don't speak of that here.
Very good. I understand. You have already found a ship to take us aboard, then?
We have. We actually have 2 options.
Yes.
What do you think of our mysterious armored guest and her invitation? I ask Yulia Rafina.
I don't sense any dishonesty about her.
Still, odd that such an unusual person would step out of the ether, as it were. Did her remark about the piece of the dragon mean anything to you?
Not
or to you,
no.
Tiberius?
Last I remember, there weren't any dragons being flung aboard ships in Mauritania, but then again, I have not been home for a while.
Tiberius, you may give me a roll, because you're from Mauritania. You actually have some special knowledge. I will call for Ingenium at +2 to your number.
Okay. Here it comes. No, 4.
Something about this sounds familiar, but you've been in a Praetorian for a while. Lots of things are familiar. You've forgotten a lot more than you've done since, you know what I mean?
At least while I would not be concerned too much about it, comrades, it could be a coat of arms from some local nobleman who has risen to prominence lately. Or perhaps something is going on there, but we don't know. Find out in due time, I suppose. Dragons. Never heard of any dragons being flung around in the desert.
Apparently it is at least the symbol of the ship we are to sail on, embroidered on its sail.
Silver thread, no less. I sound... Yeah.
That's an expense.
I think it's a bit odd.
No.
And it seems a bit...
unnecessary expense.
Yeah, for Roman, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but that would seem a bit ostentatious.
A bit, yeah. Unless you were a patrician, then even a patrician might chill out a little bit on it.
Yeah.
That's someone looking to brag about their wealth.
And what about the other ship? You said there were 2?
Yes, the other was a common merchant ship, to my knowledge.
A small wine ship.
Yep.
Yeah. So.
If our mission is to be undetectable, then perhaps arriving in a grandiose ship as the one with the dragon and the silver thread might be a little overkill, don't you think?
Unless we want to reinforce the image of the pretentious patrician, I say with a smile.
Up to you, my lady. You should know most about this.
Are you inclined to politics, my friend?
Corvus or myself?
You.
Well.
No, it's already been pointed out that Corvus is not politic, so.
I know how to speak to people and be nice to them when needs. Serving in the Praetorian Guard had some uses after all. It was all velvet gloves when dealing with the Emperor and his servants, you know.
You toss a backhanded compliment with the best courtiers.
Trust me, my lady, no offense was meant.
None taken.
Good, then let us break bread like true Romans before we head off.
I nod.
So, I must be famished from the trip, so, you know, I'll eat something, drink something, so I'm content. And as far as I'm concerned, I think we can just go to the boat.
Sounds good.
To which boat do you
Which
attend?
boat is the question.
Well, do we want to keep the image of incognito, or do we want to be like a patrician and her bodyguard?
Well, I mean, that's our incognito
Yeah.
bit, is a patrician and her attendants. And, you know, so either way, we're basically hiring a ship at a patrician rate, but at a, basically it's the rate is something a patrician would pay that wouldn't be being overcharged, but, you know, it would definitely be like, you know, only a patrician would, you know, be able to do this, but that's how we're traveling. But the real question is, you know, do we trust this mysterious stranger Marine who popped up with the offer, or do we keep with our boat? You know, obviously with the big dragon on the sail, that's going to be a lot more obvious when we sail into Genoa. I mean, into Caesarea. But, you know.
Yeah.
Well, here's a question for you. Corvus was a Marine once, right?
Nope.
No, you weren't. Okay. Well, actually, no. I have in my background that I served aboard a ship for a while as a Marine.
Mm-hmm.
What do I know about the Mare Nostrum and piracy? Are there many pirates roaming the seas?
I will call upon you to give me the Natura at +2.
Got it, Chief. +2. Take this. A 9?
A 9 tells you that piracy was an issue in the Mare Internum before, in the early days of the Empire. Well, hell, in the days of the Republic, it was an issue. The Empire has since, in its expansion, the waters got a little murky. But since the inward focus, the post-Lex Arcana establishment, and the internal focus of the Empire, that has become a lot harder for pirates to operate. They exist, but they are much more muted than they ever were before. You'd have to go out, especially in the Mare Internum. It's the Mare Occidentalis, or if you're all the way north, that you'd start worrying about pirates, because that's when you're starting to talk about the hinterlands, the lines of the Empire, whereas the Internum is well within the Empire.
Because what I'm thinking is, like, I don't know, if we go with the dragon ship, it's a prime target for wannabe robbers, you know, out on the seas.
Flip side is they at least have one solid Marine on board. And I mean, the other side is if the dragon ship is some sort of pirates or is after us, I figure they will, if we don't sail with them, they'll probably come for us on the other boat. So
Yeah.
we risk other crew.
From where I sit, sometimes being the right kind of what's the word? Conspicuous itself makes you inconspicuous. If that makes sense.
Hiding in plain sight, as it were.
Yeah.
That's fine with me. Dragon ship for me then, I suppose.
That works.
Yeah. Because that way, if they do turn out to be pirates or something like that, we can solve 2 problems.
Well, sure, fair enough.
It's true. I like our hubris.
So to which ship do you go, Underbarum?
The dragon ship.
Yes.
As the 3 of you approach the dock, and you spy not only that the ship has a silver-threaded dragon upon its sail, but the panels of wood of which it is made are white. And there's a few people gawking at this very weird-looking ship. It looks like it's it looks like all the other ships with oars and sail and whatnot. It's the only big difference is that it is the white ship with the dragon on its sail. And you see the red-haired lady with her pale white cloak and green armor standing at the gangplank guarding it, and people give her looks and okay, and they carry on with their day.
Let us aboard.
Ah, hello. I see you have seen to accept mine offer.
I nod.
I hope all your master trading went well.
It did.
Did you find any alchemical works of interest to you? Air Genoa is full of such things, for those who know such.
I smile and say, it does not do to share one's secrets too widely.
Maybe, yes. And, I'm glad to see that you are in much better spirits. The heat isn't getting to you, it seems. Oh, and you are, sir? She looks at you, Tiberius.
Her bodyguard.
She looks at you, Rafina. And over at Corvus. And you see her hand rest at the long cloth wrap thing on her back. Like she's ready to grab it off her back if she needs to, but she's watching what you two do.
I nod at her and smile.
She lets her hand drift away from the thing at her back. She nods at Tiberius.
I drift my hand away from my axe.
C'est bon. This way, please. And she leads you up onto the ship.
Let's keep things peaceful, shall we? I say as we board.
And as you board, you see that the various sailors here seem to hail from the east with their flowing garments and curved swords and their strange tongue. But they seem to be milling around quite happily, shouting their orders and getting things underway. One of them actually runs over to you promptly to look for any baggage you have. And if there's nothing for them to grab, they'll just kind of look around and go, oh, and they'll duck up out like, sorry to bother you. And before you even dismiss them, they'll skitter off to do something else on the ship. In short order, you then find yourself greeted by the ship's captain. The man who greets you seems to have a very pale complexion himself, almost sickly pale. Like he doesn't see the sun very often. His cloth is adorned in sapphires, not like bedazzled or anything, but enough that he's showing off that he can afford to wear sapphires often. He has like rings on, some in silver, some in gold, some with sapphires in them, some not. You notice that and at his neck, he seems to be wearing a rather ornate bit of silver work jewelry that looks like a flower petal, and it's lightly painted to show a kaleidoscope of color.
Interesting.
Welcome to the Astralis. You are Yulia Rufina, I believe?
Yes.
Yes. And these are your guards. Nice to meet you. He reaches out a hand to shake to either Corvus or Tiberius.
Corvus will shake his hand with a strong grip.
No,
Turns
give
it.
him as well. Handshake, yeah.
Gives you a strong shake.
A fine ship you have, sir.
And, it's seen a lot, but I've updated it with my travels. So I'll see you right to where you're going. Assume you want to go straight to the city itself? Right into its ports? Or do you want to evade the ostentation? He looks over at his own sail and smirks.
I'll let Yulia handle that.
The port is fine.
Good, good. If you wish to do any services, if you need a special time, let me know. We can set up a little shrine for you at the bow, if you like. Otherwise, we'll have a small cabin set up for you, the three of you. If you like, good lady, I can have the gentleman stay with the men, but it's up to you if you want them to be in your room or not. Or we can give you stools to be outside the cabin if that makes you feel better. Whatever you prefer. It's only going to be a day, but I like to make sure everyone's nice and comfortable with their accommodations. When you look around, you don't see that they have a whole lot of cargo coming and going. It's almost like this thing's a passenger ship, which is kind of unusual. Most ships in Rome and in the Med, they carry people, but they also carry goods. Goods is where you make most of your money. Passengers, you make some money on. This looks like a pure passenger.
I'd like to turn to Yulia and just bow my head. My lady, if it's quite the same to you, I'll look over to the captain. I used to serve aboard a ship like this. In my natural environment, I was quite a handy man on the oars. If you do not mind an extra helping hand, it's something to do.
Oh, I'll even give you a discount if you make yourself useful, sir.
Why not?
Gods know I did that a few times.
If it is all right with you, my lady.
Oh, of course, not to interpose. Oh, sorry.
Fine with me.
Good.
Very good. Tell me where to be, Captain, and I'll go.
First mate! We got a Mauritanian! Points at you, and some guy kind of looks over. Huh? Oh, and this person scampers over to you and who looks half your size, and looks up at you. So, you can pull an oar?
Many a time.
You do a knot?
A hell of a knot.
Alright, get the knotting. He points over to a bit of rope that a bunch of other people working on who are, oh, this is the boring part of sailing. We don't want to do this anymore.
I'll take my pack off and I'll hand it to Corvus. Please, secure it somewhere.
Corvus takes it with a small grin because Corvus is quite a sailor himself, but nope, I'm not going to do that. There's stormers on the shore, but...
Mars demands heavy backbreaking work. Mars will have heavy backbreaking work.
As those poor sailors get a lesson from Tiberius and how to do proper sailing. Although I will say, in short, you will learn these guys... they are actually quite skilled. This is the boring part of the job, and by the time, with your help, you're going to be able to get through it and get to do other stuff on the ship. They just have to do this real quick before the ship leaves.
Yeah, no. Sure. But I'll get to work.
Yep. Oh, and my manners, I apologize. I am, you may call me Zephyrus, and this is the Lady Annette.
Annette, okay.
Oh, I did not introduce myself. I apologize. I made the biggest mistake. I am so sorry. Lady Rafina, I sincerely believed we had met before. I spoke with you so casually. Many apology.
What was the captain's name again?
Sephiroth.
Sephiroth.
Hence, that seems like a nom de girl
Yes.
to me.
And her name's Annette?
Annette. The Lady Annette, he introduced her as.
Got it.
I shall show you to our rooms myself. Unless you wish to stay up here on the deck, since you don't seem to have any baggage. Which I'm not complaining, less stuff to carry.
Thank you. Please lead the way.
And when he leads you, he'll lead you down. The Lady Annette will kind of start patrolling the deck a bit and kind of looks around, make sure, and actually she'll go back down to the gangplank to make sure no one tries to board the ship that isn't supposed to.
Corvus will make a comment about the lady's baggage following on another vessel later, that there's urgent business to be attended to. Because it would be kind of weird for a patrician to not be traveling with baggage. But
Spiris nods and waves a hand. Oh, I understand. Sometimes the rich and powerful need to get where they go in a hurry, and time waits for no baggage. Especially when an opportunity knocks.
Yes.
He leads you down into the undership, and it looks actually quite roomy down here. You're expecting to kind of... Usually in ships like this, you'd have to duck down a tiny bit, because it's meant for cargo and sailors. Even for rich people like yourself, it's like you'd still have to duck ahead a little bit. The comfortable passenger... That's why wine boats are nice to travel on, because they're usually tall for the barrels. But this one's like, you could stand upright and like stretch your weapon above your head and hit it, and it would still, you would still have to reach a little bit to bang into the deck. The ship is very deep hulled, which is unusual. You usually don't build ships that deep unless you intend to go out into the Mare Occidentalis and going way out. Most people don't bother doing that because that's expensive, and what's the go? There's nothing out there anyway. So, but not that anyone knows of. I mean, just stay to the coast, you're fine, you know. He leads you by, and you notice, yeah, there is a cargo area he seems to lead you away from. And you see that the front of a ship seems to be dedicated to cabin spaces, which is an extravagance. Again, passenger ships are unusual. They exist. It's just not something that... That's not where most people make their money. And eventually he opens up a door, and you see a well-appointed stateroom, a plush bed, lots of things, like nice chair, nice table. There's even like a silvered... a bit of, it's not silver, but a bit of well-polished bronze with an ornate frame, a little sailor's chest to put all your clothes and even armor in. There's like a little tiny cot that's kind of set off to the side because they presumed you guys might be, actually two. There'd be two cots in here because they're presuming that Corvus and Tiberius might sleep in here with you. But they're kind of off to the side. They look like the kind you can fold up and put away if you want to. And you see a wash basin that already has... You can see steam coming off of the water. Like they've already pre-warmed the water and set it aside for you. And from the coverings of the bed, the Sephiroth reaches over, grabs a flask of wine, and holds it out to the two of you. A gift from me to you for your honorable presence. If you like, I could take a drink to assure you it's not poisoned.
I doubt that's necessary.
Very good. He holds out the flask over to Corvus to hold.
I'll take it.
He nods.
In my offhand.
Yeah. Should be about a day's travel. I'm hoping if the winds are behind us, we might get short a day. The winds seem to favor the sail quite a bit, but with a good strong man like that servant of yours, I think we may get a bit of extra. Maybe it will save even a whole half day. He laughs and waves a hand, like obviously not, but
Right.
making fun that he's big. Yeah, is there anything else I could do for you before we get underway? Anything at all, I am at your service. And I'll note to you, he hasn't taken payment from you yet. At any point.
Do you not need the payment for such a trip is rarely free?
You are of the Yulia, correct?
Yes.
Can I brag to my friends I took a Yulia with me on my ship? Or should I keep this a secret? He smiles.
Welcome to how this guy is going to get rich passengers.
Question for Jim.
Yeah.
Is my membership in the Custodes common knowledge among the patricians?
I wouldn't say it's common knowledge, but anyone who, to put it in the Dunish way, anyone who's a spy master or seneschal would know. Because you're too important. You basically have turned around the fortunes of your family, and you're in the vaunted service of the Legion. One of the few ways a woman can serve in the Legion currently, with distinction. So the average patrician won't know, but people who bother to keep an eye on such things would know. So the big families might know, but your average tiny one might not know to check on that sort of thing. Oh, you mean the redhead lady, Rufina? Who cares? Just a lady, right? No, you really should do research on her. Though your precise movements aren't known. It would just be known that you would have been accepted into the Lex Arcana, because it's a very important. It's a prestigious posting. Because you're one of the few thing. The only other thing that serves the Emperor directly is the Praetorians.
Okay. In that case, I will nod after considering for a moment.
All right.
Because, yeah, frankly, if they're well resourced enough to be following my movements, just the fact that I'm not traveling in a heavy disguise, like with a wig or hair dye or something, is going to be enough to give my presence away. And we haven't gone that far yet.
So what do you say to Sephiroth?
I will nod and say you can use my name if you wish.
Oh. Then in that case, the honor is mine. The Astralis is glad to be of service to a servant of Rome. And he bows his head.
You are quite well informed, I will say and smile.
He smiles and says, "Of what? You are a patrician of a rather well-to-known family. There's nothing to know."
Of course.
My lady, good sir. He nods and carries on with his ship's business.
As he leaves, I'll just kind of watch him go for a bit. You've sailed Corvus, right?
Frequently.
How does he move? Is he a sailor?
Let's see if I can tell.
Because I am no sailor, and I'm not going to pretend to be.
I'm at a 10.
You get the sense of a sailor about him. A seasoned sailor at that.
Moves like he's been born to it.
All right.
But I agree.
Set a watch all the same.
I'll also do my best to keep an eye on our course.
Thank you.
Any special things the three of you do before the ship sets sail?
No, I think we can just agree on watches, Corvus and I guess.
Yeah. And I'll take a watch as well so that they get to rest fully.
Oh, good. I'll do like a turn on the ship, then some rest, and then a watch, and then some more rest.
Do any of you do prayers during the journey?
I would give an offering to Neptune for safe passage. Because, yeah, I'm not a sailor and I don't pretend to be, so I just have to hope that that Neptune is feeling generous.
Yep, and go ahead.
When you go to make your offerings to Neptune, and you make it known to the captain you wish to do so at some point, he actually nods and says to you, "You are very wise. Romans are to be applauded for their reverence of he who commands the sea." And what he sets up, he seems to have a rather ornate portable shrine to Neptune that he sets up himself with a practiced reverence that you usually see out of a priest. Like, a sailor would have something to go like, hey, I'm going to do a thing for Neptune. Sometimes just on the deck, that's good enough. This guy has a whole setup for it. Like, he does this regularly.
Okay. Interesting.
If you would, I would pray with you.
You're welcome to.
You notice the Lady Annette doesn't pray, but she watches the two of you do it, and a fair amount of sailors actually come over not to join you guys in your reverence of Neptune. You may roll Octoritas.
I will do my best not to screw up the rites, because I'm not super familiar with them. He's not my tutelary deity, so...
You do a decent job of it. And you notice as you flub a little bit, Sephiroth jumps in and continues after, and the same way a priest would do if he saw someone screwing up a prayer. It's like, oh, I got it, and he keeps going. And then once you get to a bit that, oh, I know this bit, you carry on. He'll stop and let you do it.
Yeah.
Which is a nice thing to do. He doesn't have to do that. It's a polite gesture to let a guest do prayers to a god that you happen to favor. And so very quickly you catch on that Neptune seems to be this man's tutelary.
Ah.
Like he's far too reverent and knowledgeable of the rites to not be either a priest or to have him as a tutelary. And you notice at the end of prayers, the wind seems to blow more favorably, and you'll learn that the oars will go through the water more swiftly, and the waves fight you not. There will be no roll for accidents during this journey.
No, nice.
Good. And I'll make a mental note of his portable shrine. I might have to get myself one of those for Mercury. That's a good idea.
Yeah, that is a good idea.
He packs it up. The various sailors get up and go about their business far more confidently in their movements. When you get up to move and get off your and kind of shake off the numbness from your legs a little bit from kneeling, you see Annette's eyes watch you carefully, and she just nods at you and then goes back to patrolling the deck again.
Well, and once we're underway, Corvus will from time to time step out on deck, staying out of the way, but also kind of checking our course.
Well, there's a roll for that, good sir. Let me help you with that. That is de natura.
Navigation or sailing?
Navigation.
Okay.
I'd also like to hear and see as I'm mingling with the sailors, and helping them out in their labors, what they're talking about, like how everyone else is doing, if there's anything special going on, etc.
Do society. That 8, I think is still enough. Yep. You do seem to be heading southwest.
Okay. And I'll just from time to time throughout the journey check, especially if we're sailing at night and I can do some stellar navigation.
You can
or
give
stellar
me,
reckoning.
You can give me the Scientia as you check against the stars.
Wouldn't that still be navigation?
You're now trying to augment your sailing knowledge, your navigation knowledge with the science of the stars above you.
Well, I'd rather just roll navigation.
You can roll navigation again because it's nighttime. I'll give you basically 2 rolls to confirm your course.
Okay. There's navigation, and the Scientia is just that. 11 navigation, 5 Scientia.
Yeah, you find whatever instruments you're able to borrow or you own are they're complicated to use, but you have enough of your own just navigating over land and orientation, just your own natural abilities to take signs of nature around you and go. Yeah, given the speed you're going, if anything, you get the feeling you're going pretty fast. But you are, which almost throws off your calculations in your head. You're like, that's probably why you're fumbling. It's like, wait, what? No, that can't be right. That really can't be right. No, look up at the stars. No, that's right. Look at the passage of the water. No, that's right. And the wind's just perfect. Just perfectly going the way you need to go. Huh. That's fortunate. Is everything well, good sir?
Everything is astonishingly well. I've rarely seen such propitious weather.
Sapphiris is a master of sailors. I have not known him to suffer any mare. For longer than he wanted, anyway.
We appear to be making excellent speed. My lady will be pleased. How long have you sailed with Zephyrus?
Oh, I've lost track by this point. It's like time just filters by the longer you stay at sea. The Astralis has seen me to many a port.
Fair enough.
So much so, I had to pay for the threading on the sail. Said if I was going to be taking his boat so much, I should make a mark on it, and thus I did.
May I ask what significance the dragon has for you? If
Well,
I don't intrude.
no, it's I just know that the Emperor of Rome is cautious of a foreigner faith, so I do have to think how much it may. I do not wish to shock your sensibility with unnecessary proselytizing. But if you would hear me, I'm happy to talk about it.
I am interested, and I kind of offer up a quick mental prayer to Diana that I'm trying to get some information here that I might need.
I am a devotee in Holy Warrior to the Light of the Dragon. It is upon his breath and light upon the world that I ensure justice and fairness for all, no matter on land or by sea. Which is why I like Rome quite a bit. You do much the same with your gods. I mean, you use more gods to do the same thing, but it gets done. Probably more efficiently.
Indeed. And one has to assume that I kind of gesture toward the sail with such obvious instances of your faith that if the Empire had any true objection to the light of the dragon, that they would have already taken action. And it's not as if you are hiding your light under that bushel.
Well, that would be dishonorable to do so. I do not. If I am asked, I will report. Besides, I've also heard there's this Latina the light Arcana, the Lux Arcana.
Lex.
Arcana. Not Lux. I always mix up those words.
Law rather than light.
Yes, they have their inquisitors, so if they wish to question me, I would not refuse them. But I've yet to be questioned by them. Then again, I've been at boat most of the time, so maybe they haven't had opportune.
Fair enough. So, from whence does this faith hail? Is it most of your sailors are Eastern, but you yourself are most definitely Gallic, unless I'm mistaken.
I hear that quite often. My land and well, I assume you would not believe me, but I come from across the Mare Occidentalis. But it seems that my mother tongue seems to follow Gallian, so in Gaulish. So she shrugs. The gods are fortunate to me, I suppose. I will not look that particular, how you say, gift horse in the mouth.
Across the Mare Occidentalis? Farther than
yes.
Beyond Hibernia? Which I think is Ireland.
Maybe, yes.
A long way indeed.
It is a treacherous journey, do not mistake me. I mean, Zephyrus is a masterful captain, but the the seas exact their prices, so one has to have the best mariners you can get. I can tell you, my services have been called upon more than once. But here, well, it should be fine. Your Empire's navy is pretty good at sussing out the monster and navy and naval bandito pirate.
Pirates.
Yes.
Yes. Ever since Gnaeus Pompeius' time. Gnaeus Pompeius Magnus, I should say.
The great. If you say so.
Well, his operation against the pirates in the old days was, not to sound disrespectful, but arguably was his greatest accomplishment. Well, and maybe his political rearrangement of Asia, but his campaign against the pirates was truly noteworthy and remarkably successful. Back in a time when pirates truly were a scourge in the Mediterranean, in the Mare Interum. Mare Nostrum, it's RC! God damn it.
Nostrum.
Mare Nostrum, RC.
They seems like a honorable men to see off those who would pilfer from others.
I kind of shrug. Well, Pompey was Pompey.
Meanwhile, Tiberius, I believe you are making yourself an open ear to your fellow sailors.
Yeah. With a 7.
7? What are you hoping to catch from them?
I don't know, just, is there normally crews like this on a ship like this gossip about goddamn anything, you know? I'll just listen out for whatever.
Okay. The bulk of the gossip's about the three of you. How the captain seems to be rather enamored with the Julia Rufina. And how their holy knight, as they refer to her, is so keen to take on this job. But hey, you know what? They get paid. They get to see more of the Mare Nostrum. So, hey. Sail to one port, you sail to another. That's the life of a sailor.
Yeah, I suppose that's true enough. During the day while we're still shuffling the things around and handling the sails and everything, I'll see if I can try and get them to sing a little song to help the time pass a little bit faster while we do it in motion with the sails.
They seem...
Yeah, 4.5.
They seem quick to sing.
Good.
In the daylight, all of you find the ship rousted in song. They will follow songs that they've heard, that they must have heard here while in Roman waters. So they'll sing a couple of Roman songs. They'll sing some foreign songs, and Tiberius, you find that you don't know the words, but there's enough of a pattern that as long as you're just shouting along at the right pitch, you're able to follow along just to keep rhythm and so on.
Yeah, well,
so some of the sailors do that with you.
Were.
They'll do the same thing where you're Latin. They're like, I don't know Latin that well, but I know. It's like da 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 da. Okay, so I do da when we get to that bit.
Like I said, it's most of what shanties were. Just you pull to the rhythm. So.
Yeah. And Zephyrus himself seems to sing along as he's as the whole ship rouses in song. The Lady Annette does not. She looks austere and severe compared to the rather jovial ship as she's glaring out at the water as if she's daring anything to dare jump on deck. Although the waters have been fine and monsters are not that common in the Mare Nostrum, so what she's watching for, you're not entirely sure. Or maybe she is watching for monsters.
Not that common. I like that.
I can't fault her for being cautious. I mean,
Yeah.
we have set a watch in the ship.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And in good time, the gleaming ship arrives at the dawning light to Caesarea. If I can get to the right map, make sure I have all the stuff I need. I do. Oh, I have to grab you guys, though.
Wow.
Can move you guys. Oops, don't mean to grab all that, but I'll clean it up later. Oops. Got rid of Caesarea.
Should the... I just noticed the skull icons.
That will be explained when you get there.
Okay.
You're supposed to see those, yes. And they continue to sing as they come to shore. And it's during this singing, Tiberius, that this ship rings a bell. Now that you're singing along, you're coming to port, you've heard of the Australis before. It's a rather famous ship that's come and gone to Mauritania multiple times. It's known for its white timber, its dragon sail, and every time they sail into port, they seem to come in with song. These guys never seem to be in a bad mood when they're sailing. Which, that's usually like either these guys are so incompetent they don't know how dangerous the sea is, or they're just that good, or they're just jolly people.
I'm glad to have perpetuated the stereotype further, so...
Yeah. Good lady, good sirs, it is my pleasure to announce to you that we have arrived. I hope you have all the things that you brought with you, and I hope any gifts or any calls upon you are yours to have and keep, and may the waters and the mountains forever favor you.
Thank you. I wish you well as well.
He nods. The light of the dragon protect you and keep your steel sharp, says the Lady Annette.
Mars already keeps
And I guide your path.
My Mars already keeps my steel sharp enough, madam.
She smirks and nods. Mars is a good man. Can't fault you that.
A man he is not, alas.
As a question, that dragon stuff, have I ever heard of it before? Like, is there a chance?
There's a chance.
No idea.
Hey, you're in the cohorts Auxiliary Arcanum. It's your job to know this sort of stuff.
Yeah.
Mind you, the scholar's the one that usually knows this stuff. But hey, you know what? This falls under. Wait, I was just there. I was just there in the book. I scrolled away from him. No, come back. This would be... Falls under this, doesn't he? No, he would fall under these. Okay. Oh, God, no. What was there, you silly thing? The thing that tells me what you roll is in a different part than where the monster itself is, so... It just tells me how many successes, but it doesn't tell me what you're supposed to roll. That's in a different part of the... That's earlier in the chapter. So, throws me off. This would be Demagia.
Oh, dear. Okay. That many. Whoops. Helps if I Click my token first when I'm trying to roll. Okay. I mean, almost as good as I could have gotten, so can't complain too much.
You are not deeply familiar with dragons yourself. You are familiar with the generic broad brushes of them. But beyond that, you're not terribly well informed. But you get, at least from how these people act, and how this lady seems to act, if that's any indication, there is a sense of great power and a deep respect. And that seems to be what's... It's almost like that's what they're leaning on, is that they're hoping to derive that power to themselves. Like we would, much like how someone says, I want to be like a lion, I'm as strong as a bear. These people are as noble as a dragon, sort of idea.
Ah, okay.
But that's a pretty common thing. It's a lot more popular in Britannia. That's probably why you're fuzzy on it. There are dragons further south, but those are more serpentile, not more hyperonic, like the winged dragons of far Britannia. And that's more what this one seems to be like. But beyond that, you're not sure.
Okay.
It's not a Charybdis, right? Just checking.
Hmm.
It's not a Charybdis, right?
I don't believe so.
Okay, good.
I even have Mare Nostrum written in my GM note. God, anyway. I've been saying it wrong this whole time, too. And I had no good reason for it.
Well,
anyway.
no, in the book it is Mare Internum, but I've always, like, the Romans always called it Mare Nostrum.
Yeah.
Our seat, yeah.
Yeah. But in the book it's Mare Internum, which I may well have been another name. I don't know.
Actually, I'll go one step further. Would Yulia have queried anyone on the ship about dragons during that day travel?
Yeah, I'd talk about it to pass the time, if nothing else, and be curious about the standard.
You would have heard, even from the sailors, they're somewhat familiar with it. The Lady Annette would go on about it, but based on that role, you didn't get a lot of time for her to proselytize at you about the subject. So, but the sailors have been, so they know about dragons, whether they wanted to or not. You're able to learn further from them that dragons in general, are terrible creatures. Gigantic reptiles that have populated tales and sagas all around the known world. They're one of the most complex and mysterious creatures in the world. Usually because documentation about them is usually spotty and varied. So it's very hard to get a unified vision of what dragons are. When it's spoken of, they don't know much about other dragons. They've heard of other dragons before. The one that's on the standard is one of the grand winged ones. Supposedly it's a dragon that gleams in silver and shines like the sun. They've never seen the dragon themselves, but they've heard Annette talk about it. And they hear that that's kind of similar to what dragons are like in Britannia. What you would call a hyperonic dragon.
Okay.
Which is a word they fumble over because it's a foreign language to them. They don't know it very well. They've heard that dragons both fly or swim. Some are scaly, some are covered in fur. Some are dumb beasts, some are immensely intelligent. And some dragons are almost as mild and meek as a bear in comparison to as mighty and disastrous as a kraken. It depends on the dragon, really. But generally speaking, around these parts, there's two types of dragons. There's a more Celtic dragons and more dragons of Hyperborea. And those are the two they've heard of around here. There are others, like there are massive serpentine ones in the far, far east. they've heard of it, but they're not. Lady Annette knows way more about it than they do. Other than that, they are the ones that she seems to favor are the more dangerous of the two types. Hyperborea dragons are known for, are greatly feared and revered for their. They are far more large than most any dragon you've ever heard of. Like as large as the ship, to give you a sense of scale. These things are massive. Robust rear legs, agile front legs, huge deadly claws, breathing fire that can reduce all beings or objects to nothing but ash. And they are known to be intelligent and to know human language, even if it's ancient tongues or forgotten ones. Although they get the feeling, and they communicate as much as they can to you, that this dragon upon the standard is above and beyond them. Which they're like, we you know. You never really get a chance to get more than that because you've only been traveling for a day, but you get that feeling of they told you as much as they could in the time you had with them before you had to go do something else, take your watch or what have you.
Gotcha.
And thus the sailors begin to disembark, taking a fair amount of cargo. You're not sure where they put it or where they're getting it from, but there's a fair amount of cargo they're walking onto shore. Some people talk among themselves and brag about where they're going in their foreign tongue. The Lady Annette guards the gangplank from any who would dare. And Zephyrus stands his boat and waits for any requests or instruction to him. Actually, he'll actually initiate and say, if you like, I can stick around here in port if you need a ship to leave. Unless you wish to hire another ship. I do intend to do a bit of business here in Mauritania, so I don't mind setting aside a room for you if you intend to not be here any longer than, say, a month.
That would be most welcome if you're able to.
Well, I hope you don't lose track of us. I mean, just keep an eye out if we have to move. Smirks. Like, there are some exotic ships here that look less Roman, but yeah, despite that, no. His ship stands out still.
Well, and the Lady Annette might be an ally. That could be handy, depending.
Do you leave the ship?
Yes.
Yes. I crave to step back on my home soil.
All right.
As if stepping out of summer light, it's you and the glistening, beautiful shores. You look to the city of Caesarea. A rather fine city that Tiberius probably might have visited once or twice in his life when he was younger. It's one of the major Roman cities along the coast. But I will say, to your disappointment, this city does not look nearly as grand or glittering as it was when you were last here. This is not Genoa. This is not, certainly not Rome, but nothing is Rome. That's a unfair bar to set for any city. Though everyone should be acting like Rome, but yeah. You find that your arrival has drawn quite a few eyes. But there is no, because you came by private ship, there is no entourage to greet you. There is no, there's a few merchants who are keeping an eye on you to see if you approach them. They seem to take comfort that people who don't look so foreign are coming off the ship as well, so that ship seems to come off less threatening, because at least locals are here. Local, at least to the Empire, if nothing else. Like, wow, a bunch of foreigners landing on our shore. What do they want? Oh, thank gods. Familiar faces. Well, familiar to them anyway. Yeah, this place, just on a glance, seems off. You're not sure precisely what. Like, it looks... doesn't look quite as bustling as a port of this size should be. But it's as if there's less shadows than there should be given the time of day you've arrived. Or if they're there, they're a lot more muted, which kind of gives this off feeling to everything. Like there's another light directly above instead of directly from the east. That's kind of muting out, that's kind of shortening the shadows. People don't seem to remark on it. They're not paying attention to it. They mill around. Although I will note, Lady Annette does look at her own shadow, and then she looks up briefly, and she seems very wary of the change.
Yeah, Corvus will, shading his eyes, kind of look up, see if I can track another light source in the sky as well.
Give me $50.
No.
Oh, damn! That never works.
In this economy, $50?
Wait. Are those Canadian dollars? Because I might be able to afford that.
Ha ha. I mean, sure, I'll take it. No, what, I'm on Twitch. E-begging's the thing to do. Give me...
Not for much longer, I won't be able to, but you know.
Yeah. Sensibilities.
Okay. Number 9.
You look up, and you see springtime skies. The move of cloud. And your eyes kind of itch a little bit. But you see nothing up there.
Okay. It's just a little weird.
My friends, we should go visit my family. My wife will throw us a kingly feast. Or at least as much as we can afford in these dire times.
Sounds good, but first I think we must seek audience with the prefect.
You are quite right. I did notice this town, it's almost as if it breathes a bit differently. It's not the same vibrant city I used to be in ages ago.
Oh, and we should have some point in our journey filled Tiberius in. I don't think we ever did that.
Yeah.
You may want to brief
Basically,
him.
Basically, we were ordered here at the request of the prefect alias Vero, who's giving the cohorts Arcana all sorts of patronage and whatnot because of this. There are 3 missing officials. We're to investigate and find out what happened to them. There is supposedly some evidence of the cult of the 9th Silence, which apparently is the cult we ran into in our last adventure. We are to determine whether or not that cult is actually operational here. Both the protector from the 3rd occultus and Corvus have had dreams of a great dark comet filling the sky over Caesarea? I don't know. That grows and grows and grows to cover the sky and then even the face of Hecate.
Oh,
so
that's no good.
So yeah, that's the mission. Find the missing people, end the hauntings, and confirm or deny the cult's presence. Were the hauntings about the... Or did I just make that up when I was taking notes so rapidly?
He said that. Basically, there's a spiritual malaise that's over the land, so he presumes there's some sort of haunting. There's something's haunting the place. If it's the cultists, get rid of them. If it's not them, get rid of whatever it is.
Okay. So that's why we're here.
Okay, I have a question. For the meeting with the consul, are we donning our gear?
Well, certainly audience gear. Never a bad idea to stop by the bathhouse.
Oh, well. Very well.
Then there's a whole sequence of roles for audiences, I think.
Yep. So you're going to attend to your audience?
Well, I think we can go to the bathhouse, get a quick scrub. Maybe if they have some perfuming herbs or something, apply those and move on.
Works for me.
Nothing like putting a bit of thyme down your shirt, just so you smell nice.
Yeah.
And then, get our official diplomas and let's go.
As you begin to make your way there, I would like each of you to roll for me Octortus.
Oh, goodness.
Octortus, you say?
It should be the other side, not that side. This side. There we go.
I got a 10.
I also got a 10.
I got a 4.
As you make your way through the city, you find crossing your path a young Mauritanian woman who is dressed in it has the scent of a fishmonger. A young one, probably learning the trade from her family or whatnot. And she looks to Tiberius and says, "Marcus, is that you? Have you returned to me?"
You have the wrong man, woman. I'm no Marcus.
Oh, sir, can I ask your name?
Just Tiberius.
Tiberius. You wouldn't have a brother named Marcus Mauritanius, would you? Long lost one, maybe, or
Would I, GM? Would I? Did I write that down?
Roll for me a D8.
3.
Unless you say so, nope.
I was born an only child in the foothills of the Atlas Mountains.
Oh.
Wrong person, ma'am.
You're a spitting image. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bother you.
Are you looking for someone?
Looks at... sees Yulia Urfina, sees Corvus, and there's a look of... She finally has registered those two are there, and has a look of alarm, like, oh crap, I bothered someone important.
No, I'll just wave to Yulia and to Corvus. Just, hold on a second. Speak, woman, and be free.
Give me to society +1.
Will command work in this situation?
Yes. Do you look like you have a weapon? Yeah, it's true. You were commanding her. That's true. And she's a bit old-fashioned that way. A man told her something to do.
Can I assist to try to
that was a 5 working.
Can I assist to try and pull information out of her?
You can try, yeah.
Oh, how does this roll?
That is almost the worst possible roll. That's amazing. Wow.
Oh my god, 1.
Okay. Never mind. I'm normally good at this.
Do I need to assist with my massive 7?
Might.
I mean, the fates can always intervene. Sure. Oop.
Oh,
Got a 6.
Hey.
almost.
I doubt that's enough.
She looks at the three of you and looks thoroughly intimidated. She kind of shrinks, but doesn't retreat. She seems to have really caught on that she talked to someone who isn't the person she's looking for, and that's that look of awkward, like, oh no.
I'll stop her and dead in her tracks. Just raise a hand. Does she have any salted fish on her stand?
You see, there's a stand that she walked away from. There's one that's unattended, that you can put two and two together. That's probably her stall. She probably sprinted over to you.
I'll look over to her stall. Can you give me a measure of the salted fish instead?
Huh? Oh, yes, of course. This way. And she waves and scampers back to her stall, and she offers a fine array of fish.
Yeah, I'll give her some denarii for just like a ration, and just sorry to bother you, man.
No, it's fine. Can I ask you one thing? Just one thing, and I'll stop bothering you, I promise.
As I'm packing away the fish. Yes?
She kind of waves you close and kind of leans over her own stall, and it's a busy area. I mean, it's busy. It's not as busy as it should be, but it's still a market area. There's stuff happening, so she doesn't really need to whisper, but she waves you in like whatever she's going to say is very secretive.
When she waves in, I'm going to step back.
Okay.
Maybe I'm being paranoid, but...
I'll go and see what she has to say, or hear what she has to say.
Are you...
Yeah, Hydra? Wrong universe, my bad.
Though Hydras are a thing to worry about, so if you said Hail Hydra, that would be a whole different quest. Anyway, God. She says, Are you with the Lex Arcana?
No. And I'll slap the fish into my bag and walk away.
But Marcus, he was, she says to you, retreating back.
Too bad. He's missing.
Oh. She looks like pitifully at Corvus and Yulia, and then thinks better of shouting any further than she has.
I stop at Tiberius and go, we are here to find 3 missing people.
We are, but we do not want to give up our cover yet, brother.
I mean,
or
we're
unless the plans have changed.
I mean, we're on our way to an audience.
We are, but the public doesn't know about it. Having inquisitors in town is one. Well, having incognito inquisitors in town is one, but having inquisitors in town that everybody knows about is an entirely different beast.
Kind of rolling his eyes, Corvus will walk over, and as if he's browsing the selection. If we were with these Lex Arcana, what would you want us to know?
Well, you see, she looks around, very intimidated by your presence.
I'm going through various fish, shaking my head and putting some over here and piled by, and
Marcus served with you with the Lex Arcana, and he told me that if I ever should not hear from him for a long time, that I should look for his face. I didn't know what it meant. I don't know how this works, but the man over there, I swear to you, he looks just like him. A little taller, but it's his face, his tone of voice.
And how long has it been since you've seen your brother? She did say brother, right?
Her lover.
Her lover, oh, yeah. Since you've seen this Marcus.
She kind of fiddles with her fingers a bit and looks around. 4 years? I know it sounds crazy. I know. But I'm not making it up, I promise. I don't just say this is whatever random man who happens to have a rugged face comes by. I've been waiting for him for so long. Everyone says that he's gone, but... Looks over at Tiberius's back.
I'll turn around to her. Like, I see Corvus is doing it anyway.
She takes a deep breath and looks away, and you see her kind of take a deep breath and kind of fan her face a bit. Yeah, that's what he does. That's him. I mean, it's not him, obviously. I'm not saying he's a liar, but it has to be an omen, surely.
Orvis shrugs and goes, I'm no augur, but the gods do work in sometimes strange and confusing ways. Did Marcus tell you anything else? What to do after you saw his face?
To treat him and his as family for, what did he say? The cohorts, auxiliary, Arcana are a brotherhood no matter from where the empire they hail. And she's quoting something you heard in the Scalara. It's not something that's well known outside of the circle. It's not a secret code word. It's just who bothers to know the key phrases of your particular part of the Legion.
Kind of raise an eyebrow at that.
She knows the phrases. It's not exactly what find something in the Daily Tribune.
Did he...
Sorry, swallowed the wrong way.
Did he leave anything for his brethren?
What was it? Think. He said that...
I'll advance, pretending to look at the fish as well.
He said that... oh no. Should I say that? Promise you won't get mad?
Fair lady, are you sure you wish to discuss this here? Whatever this is.
Well, I mean, we could talk in private like we... Oh, sorry. I mean... Sorry, that was inappropriate. I mean...
We are on our way to a meeting with a friend. How about later tonight we break bread and discuss whatever you had to say? In private.
I mean, wow. Yeah, sure, that's fine. That works for me. She nods.
But does it actually seem to work for her?
It does now, it seems.
Oh.
I would raise an eyebrow over at Adam.
I'll shrug.
You notice she is now tied a complex series of knots and a bit of twine that was on her table. She eventually puts it down as she realizes what she's been doing.
Then give us a location where to come. My lady, we must go. Our meeting awaits.
Just down that passageway, the second door on the left.
Noted.
Mm-hmm.
I'll pay her for the fish.
Oh, thank you. Enjoy.
I'll pay her as well.
Oh, thank you. Good, oh goodness, you're a patrician. Thank you very much.
I nod. We shouldn't keep our friend waiting.
Wholeheartedly agree. In a city of hundreds and thousands, my doppelganger seems to be the one that gets lost. Are the gods playing some sort of cruel jest?
Or are they... Is this some sort of working by a fellow of the cohorts to assist us?
Perhaps it is. I'm afraid we won't know until we meet with her in private. Talking out in public like this is dangerous. Cities like this, especially when the atmosphere grows dark, have ears everywhere.
Well, let's just hope she's not dead by the time we get out of our meeting.
Bite your tongue. As the GM adds a wound counter to her.
So you seek
Could have found out right now, but no. Let's meet later. So yes, on to the hopefully get an audience and be successful with it.
Yes.
So
who is the consul here? Do we know? Sorry.
Prefect. There's only two consuls.
Sorry. Who is the prefect here? Do we know?
Yeah, Alias Vero.
Ah.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, so he's also our quest giver in this case.
Yes.
No. Well, sort of. He's the one who's requested assistance from the cohorts Arcana.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
We haven't ever met him. We've just been given his name by the protector.
And you will be at the prefectural palace to meet with the prefect. And as you arrive, I will call upon all of you to give me sensibilities.
Okay.
What is this in relation to?
Noticing something in the prefectural palace.
Quick PRP right after I finish this roll.
The courtesy of your hall has somewhat lessened of late, Prefect Varro.
Nope. That's what I get for only rolling 2 dice.
I got an 8.
There's something about this place, but then again, it's a prefectural palace. You haven't been to a Mauritanian prefectural palace before. Tiberius wouldn't have had a reason to in his younger days. That's not where you worked. So maybe it just looks weird, because it is weird. You're used to Rome more than it. You've been to the Roman Imperial Palace, which is far more grandiose and has many strange things in it. So maybe this one's just slightly different.
Have I heard of this Varro? Is he local?
Oh, you, because of who you are, or where you're, the fact you're from here, I should say, can get bent. No, you can give me an ingenium roll.
I can give you $50. Zimbabwean dollar.
A 50 euro will do fine. Well, I can convert it.
In this economy? Sheesh. 6.
Heck if you know. Oh, actually, no. Prefect. Would you say you're from this particular prefecture, or are you from elsewhere in Mauritania?
I was born on the outskirts in a small village underneath the Atlas Mountains.
So that would be somewhere like Volidius, Lixius, Caesarea, Salade, somewhere around there.
That's hugging the Sahara.
Oh, you're way further down.
Yeah, I was born in a remote village.
No, then yeah, I don't think that number will get you there.
That's fine. I'll be able to tell perhaps by his, physical look.
I assume you're all attending in finery rather than your war gear.
Yeah.
Well, the only finery I have is my cloak, and maybe I'll wear a nicer tunic or some sort,
Yeah. Your audience tunic. It's like, I don't wear this normally, but when we do an audience, I wear this. It's fine.
Hey, last audience I wore my Lorica, so, this is a step up.
Thereby for, we look to the audience rules. Somewhere. Where is it? It is not combat. Book's laid out in a way that throws me off every time. Maybe it's in Demiurge. Find audience. Audience. It is in Demiurge. 117. And so, I will note to the eye of Corvus and Tiberius, you two can give me to bellow as you await the prefect, rather. You have time to look around and get a feel for the place.
Well, will Castra fall into play here?
Yeah,
perhaps?
I would say so.
At last, a decent roll.
6.
10.
Corvus, you notice that the guard here is a little thin, for a prefect. It's not like there's nobody here. There are guards around, but there's not as many as you would think there would be for someone this important. You're not at war or anything, but it's still odd. It's a little, unusual.
Are they armed well?
They're armed for their job. They're not extraordinarily armed or anything.
Okay, and with regards to their posture and whatnot, would you say that they're, do they seem well trained?
Yeah, they're people who should be prefectorial guard.
Right, so there's just not many of them.
Mm-hmm. But to Tiberius's eye, you get... Not only is it a thin amount, but they all seem to be of an older guard. Usually when you thin out guard, you kind of mix it up. You have like one old guy watching the younger guys. Or maybe the older guys are all having a meeting and the younger guys are just covering for them. But yeah, it's all old guys. Not old, like gray. I mean, some of them are gray, but it's all seasoned, older soldiers.
Right, yeah. So military tactics dictate that in a phalanx you would have the younger stand next to the older, but that's not the case here, right?
Yeah, that's unusual. Very unusual. Not, like, incompetent or anything. It's just you wouldn't do this normally.
When you say old, could you give a number? Estimate? Could these people serve in the Praetorian Guard should they want,
They be the sort that be in the third wave. They're not the first or second wave guys. They're the third wave guys, the veterans.
Do they look seasoned?
Yeah. But they're not dressed up nearly as nice as they would as one might suggest from that. But because usually older guys will either get nice new armor or they'll hang on to the armor they can trust. Like they'll hang on to their old armor that's all nicked and buffed and stuff. Because like, no, this has saved my life multiple times. I'm keeping my armor. I will fight you if you try to take it from me.
Yeah, gotcha. Okay.
I will note that Julia has as high of a debella as I do, if not higher.
You can give me a debella roll to see if you notice anything about the prefectorial guard.
Okay.
Yeah.
You get the same vibe as Tiberius, that they have a lot of the veterans and like the third wave of soldiers, but none of the younger guys, which is unusual. Usually mix and match a little. And also it's a very thin guard for a prefectorial palace.
If I eye the region, like the personnel, do they follow the same demographics?
How do you mean?
Like, is there a noticeable lack of younger people in most areas of this facility?
That is a different color of horse, shall we say. I'll call for sensibilities. Like if you know.
Yeah, fair enough.
You weren't really paying all that close attention before now. But you have your audience with the Prefect Vero. He is... he's in his middle years, a mature man, which makes sense for a prefect. That's usually to get a job like this, you have to have been doing stuff for a while before you have a chance of being appointed to such a posting. And they are of importance enough that audience rules apply, because they can... they're not supposed to refuse you or be difficult, but, if you're not nice in the right ways, he may decide to be a bit obstinate with you. Even though he's the one who asked for you, he may decide to go, you figure it out. That's what you're here for, after all. That sort of thing. So So this is a more an audience to see how helpful he is beyond his requests. Because he's already said, as far as he's concerned, at the moment, he's already sent what is necessary. He applied for assistance. He made his payments and offers. He sent you three, rather than a whole legion of you. Though there's only 6 sentries in the entirety of the cohort's auxiliary arcana, so no, they're not sending 100 of anybody anywhere. Unless the Rome itself is on fire, then maybe they'll pull a whole sentry into one spot. But even
God's sake, can you imagine if 6 centuries of the cohort arcana show up? What's got to be happening?
Yeah, it's like, if you pulled the entire 6 centuries, it's like, you're expecting that if we don't win here, all of the empire is gone.
Right. Oh, Cthulhu's waking up. Okay.
Yeah. I was just about to say Cthulhu.
Why are we all standing on the coast? Are all 6 centuries here? Yep. Oh, dear gods. We better not lose whatever this is. Did they brief us? No, and that's probably a good thing.
Oh, look, a giant squid.
Yeah. Oh, wow, that must be pretty far away. Oh, God, it is.
No.
Oh, God, it is. It's so big. Why? Is that a kraken? It's still getting bigger. Anyway. So yes.
We're going to need so much garum.
So, presentation of the custodes. The custodes must roll to present themselves and the others. So you are... This is a roll of Actoritus with a difficulty of 6.
Guessing this is going to be mostly Yulia.
What's your Arcturus like? I'm on 15. If you want me to take this one.
Oh, you're actually better than me.
Yeah.
It's
Can we assist each other?
You certainly can, yep.
Cool.
Hopefully I roll well. If you remember, I botched the last one.
Oh, sorry, no, I reversed that. Only one Custos presents everyone else. The others stand silently. It's one of the few times you can't assist each other.
Do you mind then?
Go ahead.
Okay. Finally a good roll. A 12.
So that is 3 degrees of success. So you make all the appropriate... And actually, it probably is extra easy because you know the Mauritanian tongue, as it were, so you can...
I'm sorry, does he speak in Punic or Berber? What are we speaking in?
Punic, probably, because he's further east.
I can speak to him in Punic in that case, for the purposes of introductory, and then switch to Latin when appropriate.
Yep, so it's oh wow, a fellow Mauritanian's here. Oh, that's neat. Like, there's a bit of a, hey... That's a nice... He kind of reads that as, wow, they went out of their way to make sure one of ours was here. It's like, no, that's just who we happen to send. That wasn't... We were trying to impress you, but we won't correct you either. We'll let you make your assumptions. He seems pleased to meet all of you. You make all the appropriate introductions as you were trained to, and you, having served in the Praetorian Guard, you are familiar with imperial formality, so that level of formality kind of carries over and makes the prefect feel a lot more important than he is, because honestly, he doesn't deserve the imperial treatment. He's a prefect, but he's not a governor. He's not like a, you know what I mean? In that sense. But, yeah, so that means you'll get a number of required successes plus... So you have +3 attempts to try to convince him to help you, basically. You've basically made as good an impression as you could, first impression as you could have. So he's very inclined to be patient and spend extra time talking to you.
Okay. So how many in total do we have?
So, well, that's the question. The question becomes, the counterpart is loyal to Rome and willing to help you. So the number of successes required is 3. So you have 6 attempts to convince him to help you with whatever it is he's convincing you of, or that you want to get as much help as you can out of him. The question then becomes how much help do you want him to give you? Because it depends on if it's just reasonable and easy for him to do, if it's demanding or makes him in a difficult spot, if it's demanding and may make him look bad if he helps you, or if it's straight up invasive or will 100% get him in trouble. So it depends on how much do you want out of this, out of him. How much aid do you want him to give you?
I think the first thing we want is all the information on the missing people, why they think that, something, whatever information he's got about the weirdness and the, if he's the one where the bit about the cult is coming from, or if that's just the Lex Arcana interpreting what he's saying, but all his information about the situation and the missing folks and the weird stuff.
So far, that's reasonable and easy. That's pretty low bar for him. That's why he wanted you guys here in the first place. He wanted you guys to know what to do.
I think perhaps we can take it a step further. Ask if he has any Lex Arcana records here, which he would need to unseal for us so we can have a look at them specifically.
Yeah, that would up it. That would up a degree. I would agree. Yep.
But I think we could gather some useful information. Also, maybe lay of the land. That's under his domain.
Yep, that's easily done.
Nothing else pops into my head.
Do we want to go ahead and arrange to have backup forces that we can call upon, should that become necessary?
Yes, while also perhaps posing an inquiry as to where are all the young men gone in the army.
Yeah.
That ups it to the 3rd degree. Difficulty
Which is making... Yeah, it's making our difficulty number 12.
Yep.
12. If we pose it as being pertinent to the investigation, maybe the Lex Arcana records could show where the young men have gone.
Well, was it the young men question that bumped it up to 12, or was it the, have assistance available?
Well, either of those would have knocked it up, because the extra assistance pulls people away from him, which can't put him in trouble. But asking about that, that other bit does seem to be a sensitive question that you, without having said a word to him beyond it, you get the feeling that's probably sensitive, whatever it is. Either it's a failing of his, or it's an active thing that he's doing. Which either way, it's getting into his how he's managing his lands question, which he may not want to answer.
How he's managing the Emperor's lands. Actually.
Yes. Yeah. Exactly.
I'm honest. I'm fine with not knowing. If it's important, it'll become apparent later, I suppose.
Well, and could we maybe rephrase it as an order from him that that requires whatever departments, and we might need to give us expeditious and assistance when necessary. So like not necessarily somebody standing by, but if we need it, we can go somewhere and go, look, here's the prefect's order, we're Lex Arcana, do this.
If it's just using his clerks and getting a bit of expediency, that's fine. If you're pulling someone out of his service into yours for a period of time, like guards or something, then it becomes a little more onerous on him, because it pulls people away from his command structure into yours.
Right. And we might need to pull some soldiers, but I don't know. We can back off of requesting that kind of stuff, or just and just leave it at the here's a paper that lets me cut through the bureaucracy to get something done in this town. Will that bring it down to just 9?
Yep, if that's all if you're not asking about the young people thing as well.
All right. What do you guys want to do?
I think that's fine. Maybe I have a feeling the young people question might be answered if we dig up the sealed Lex Arcana records, if he has any. And considering the Lex Arcana was here, there actually might be sealed records which we could get access to.
And who knows what our fishmonger friend may be able to tell us.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I'm fine with the prefect, being shy about it, because it is his failure. I suppose, anyway.
Julia?
Yeah, I'm good with it.
So you are looking at difficulty number of 9. You require 3 successes, and you have 6 shots at the can. It is a society roll.
So I should probably lead this?
Yes, I think you have the best one of us all.
Yep, for sure.
'Cause would it be negotiation or command? Or politics?
Politics.
Or decorum?
Politics or
okay.
decorum. Either one would work here, given who he is.
I'll go with decorum then, because it's better for me. Oh, do I want to swing for the fences on this? Yes.
You've got 6 tries, so you know.
Mercury negotiator. I don't think a 6 is going to be a success.
You
here.
need a 9 or better.
Yeah. Good enough.
That gets a success.
Yeah.
Okay. There's one.
And how many do we need all told?
3.
3.
6.
And
Three,
you got
okay.
6 tries.
You have 6 attempts,
Okay.
but you need 3. Yeah.
Okay, so we got
So take your time, you know.
Attempt number 2. Sure.
Oh, she shoots, she scores.
That is 2 successes. Yeah, in 2 rolls, you're able to get the Prefect Pharaoh to aid you in your efforts.
Excellent.
cool.
Well, those who are missing, of particular note, is the Magistrate Quintus Severus. He's of oversees port authority matters. There's also the Archivist Linnea Calixta. He works in civic records. And there is, sadly, greatest loss to me and our men, the Lictor Halaros of Ligeria. You, actually, Tiberius, you recognize that guy? That Halaros is from the prefectural, he was the guy who almost made, he was gonna be pulled up into the Praetorian. He was gonna be, he was supposed to replace you when you were pulled out of the Arcana.
A noted warrior, then.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'll take note of that.
But he's of the prefectorial guard, but he's like one of the guys. Like he was gonna be tapped to be moved up.
And
Gotcha.
he's missing. Okay.
Jim, can you put all that in the chat somewhere?
Gotcha.
He just did.
The names of the peoples. Thanks.
In addition of the particular hauntings and strange sightings, I have heard that there are a rather disturbing increase of mass hallucination around the salt cistern and in the public forum. Hasn't happened since I was ever there, but people speak of such things, and, well, a good prefect notes the troubles of ones in their charge. There is...
I'm sorry, Prefect. Did you note what they were speaking of their hallucinations?
They said something about a comet flaming in red and black in the sky. Though I don't see any when I look up. But they say they have, and when it happens enough, it suddenly starts to sound like something I care about.
Beg my humblest pardons, Prefect. Have you consulted an augur?
Well, that leads me into this an additional problem that really I wasn't gonna bother you with, but I don't mean to say ill of people who are just doing their jobs, but in my opinion, such as it is, so don't take too much weight from it, but the Tribune Verena has declared those of the vaunted ancient shrine have been derelict in their treatments of the gods and has dismissed them on the outright. So whatever augurs I did have since either been sailed away to Rome to your fellows or dismissed to my neighboring prefectures. So if you wish to hear anything beyond that, I would bother the Tribune for such.
Exiled your augurs.
Yeah. But I mean, I don't think he's actually done anything, but it is inconvenient, I can imagine, for both us.
Who, pardon me, liege, ordered this blasphemy?
Tribune Verena.
Tribune Verena.
And he says, and it was confirmed, so I had a hard time saying no at the time. There is the temples of our gods are not in to the high standing that would be expected of a Roman city. They are serviceable, the statues are there, offerings are done, but they aren't as grand as they really should be. And that would be just, I just ask for an extra tax or something. I would call up for an extra measure. But the straw that broke it all, in the ancient temple, the one we've reframed to the honoring of Jupiter, well, there's an unnatural weeping of some strange oil from the sacred murals and reliefs. Now, I'm not saying that he may have caused it, but he was the one who noticed it first, and that was enough to force my hand, so I had to dismiss them. More to that. There is a village some way south of here, to the southeast. The Hills of the Golden Dawn, he says to Tiberius, and you know what he's talking about. It's a local thing. It's a really pretty looking dune where there's a village. It's a nice little oasis there. You actually that oasis that he's referring to is the one you met your wife at for a nice. It's where the dream derives from. It's from that particular place where you saw her once.
Okay, I'll note that down.
The village there says that, it seems either they become incredibly lazy and sleep in all the time, like well into midday, or they become violently euphoric, just as if they're celebrating the grandness of the gods, which, I mean, it's good to be devout, but I'd rather they were devout and working. I don't even know if they'll make their obligations this season. And, of course, lastly, but not minimally, there is an increase in a spray of grave robberies happening in the old grand graveyard. People tend to, as good Tiberius here could attest, some people think to rob the old graves for wealth and treasure, which invites spirits and other ghostly things, which punishments are made, floggings are done, crucifixions, what have you, and some people do it anyway. But it's gotten really bad lately, and with everything else, I mean, that on its own would be enough for me to be a little concerned, but that with everything else feels, forgive me for saying so, not that I'm an expert, feels a bit cultish to me, a bit alarming. So that was the last bit that really made me say, I really need experts on the topic.
I see.
Little did they know that the old Punic peoples that held this place held very little treasures unless they were offerings made to foreign deities and blasphemous things.
He gestures with the hand like, yeah, I know, right? Sort of look like, yeah. Without saying a word, you know the same thing of, yeah, some people just, they hear burial and think, oh, it's like Egypt. You can rob Egypt for all its treasures. Like, no, not everywhere is Egypt.
Yeah, sacrifices to Balhaman included young children, for Christ's sake.
Yeah. So, as for the access to the Lex Arcana seals, those would be, there is some copies I will have my people present upon you before you leave, to read at your leisure and to your care. If you wish us to take care of them again, we'll take them back, but if you wish to take them with you, they are of the Emperor's ilk, so I am not one to decide where and whence they go. Any other ones, anything older than what I have at present, those would be in the old civic archives, which, without my archivist, has been left to some dereliction. I have some clerks doing what they can, but a dedicated archivist I do not have.
Would you be willing to grant us permission to look in these archives should the need arise?
Oh, feel free. I'll give you papers for anyone who asks you, but frankly, I doubt there's anyone of rank that could stop you, really.
In fact, do you know anything about the circumstances surrounding the disappearance of the magistrate, archivist, and lictor?
One day they were there, we were doing our works. The next day they didn't show up, which is unusual. All three of them are prompt and studious and loyal. They have no reason to pretend at sickness, and if they needed it, they could always ask for healing. And so I sent people after them to check on them, and they just weren't at home. Sent to their workplace, they weren't there. Checked the baths, they weren't there. I even asked around at all the ships. No, none of them had left. I mean, maybe, perhaps, they quit their vaunted positions and went sailing, but, I mean, what a silly thing to do. Outrageous. I would never accuse them of such. But either they up and vanished in thin air, or they secreted themselves on a boat. And the latter, I just couldn't countenance. I couldn't imagine such. Of any of them.
And all three disappeared on the same day, as far as can be told?
Yes. Hence the extra bit of caution on my part. I am going to refrain from leaving from the palace for the time being. For my own safety, if nothing else.
An understandable precaution, my liege. How are you, with regards to military matters? Is the area around your domain secure, or have you perhaps had, mind you, we are not here to judge, any issues with bandits and other lower common folk that seek to plunder your wealth?
I've taken steps to ensure that my prefecture is secure, as best as I am able.
But even in Rome, people still wish to pilfer what they can. As I'm sure you are aware, Prefect.
Tomb robbers.
That I am. Oh, to it, I will say to you, to speak in the specifics of my reward for this attendance, especially since I'm asking of such a expedited request. I will, upon success, have a written commendation to be entered into the Arcane Legionary Record for you, for your Contuberment specific. I will also grant a first choice access to any confiscated artifacts. Of course, need non-hostile or curse, what have you, and I won't take them as my rightful treasures. I will let you have a pick to take for yours. I also intend to grant temporary land rights on the outer quarter of Caesarea for the Lex Arcana and their courts auxiliary. On top of which, I will also order a waiver of binding to put upon a temple of Mercury on water for the next 3 years. You guys know that as a sort of special ritual that the Lex Arcana do to protect the water from monsters. But usually Lex Arcana needs permission from the local prefect to do it. It's this big political thing you have to do. He's saying, I won't contest it. If you guys come by and say we want to do a thing with the water, he'll go ahead. Like, he won't stop it. It's usually meant to keep it's also meant to keep it. Think, you know how you have post horses to get you back and forth? This would create a sort of post naval system, because it makes the water extra safe, so they can put a lot more mail on one boat and just send it with magical speed back home or to this place, which would have been nice if he had that already, but he didn't. The problem of doing that is it means the Emperor can get to you faster, and Emperor's agents can get away from you faster, which is not necessarily beneficial to the local governors for the Emperor to have that much power. Especially his Lex Arcana, which some people think are his eyes and ears. That's not really what your job is, but, you know. Whether or not it's your job is irrelevant to politicos, put it that way.
Right, naturally.
The last thing he offers, he says, also put in a special requisition for your Cantabarum to be rewarded with a special material from the Black Archives of your auxiliary. And of course, these are for you specifically. All the various patronages and payments to your betters, I will surely give what is expected, because I know that I should have expected to wait a whole season, and you're here within less than a week. I mean, I cannot possibly complain about such rapid assistance.
You are most generous, Prefect.
I care about my prefecture quite a lot. I'd rather it was not mired in magic. Any more than it should be, anyway.
Oh, Prefect. When did this thing with the sun start to occur?
I believe around the time... No, that's not quite right. Around the time of the disappearances, I would say... The first report that I believe was true, not someone just saying things to make themselves important, about 2 weeks before the disappearances.
And has anything notable happened in the last 2 weeks? Aside from the disappearances?
Other than what I've reported.
Have you signed any orders? Was there a massive influx of travelers? Is there a festival going on?
No, nothing unusual, no.
And when did you notice the uptick in tomb robbers?
About 5 days ago. I didn't note it before in my missives, but I figured you would want to know that, since that's also unusual.
Have you noticed any patterns around which tombs are robbed?
I would ask my archivist, but he shrugs. I am lacking, so I would have to trust upon you to see such patterns. The problem of sealing oneself off in one's palace, one becomes a lot more deafened and blinded. And I am no master of magics and arcana. I do not want to wade in waters that I'm not privy or experienced in.
Would his court be employing a mage, as it were?
The governor of Mauritania would. This prefect could have one, but he doesn't have one. Because that would usually fall to, actually, if anything, that would fall to, his particular court. He would usually look to the various priests at the temples. Or, in a pinch, the one at the person at the tribune that look over the ancient shrine. But everyone but the guy who's mad at him is fired, so he has no one to turn to.
I see. Okay.
Well, aside from the Lex Arcana, which you can see why he called for you guys. I can't solve this locally. I'm going to call for expert imperial assistance.
If you could throw the Tribune's name in the chat, too.
Sure.
some serious blasphemy going on right there with that tribune, seriously. Who just exiles a bunch of priests?
Well, I mean, the flip side is if they're actually, the priests haven't actually been keeping up their temples, then, I mean, apparently the prefect was convinced enough of the veracity of his accusations that he felt he had no choice but to do it.
I agree, but,
Yeah, because if the tribune's jumping up and down and making noise about it, and if he's like, if I'm wrong and I say no, and he reports me to Lex Arcana, I'm in a lot of trouble. better to fire and hope you're right than not fire and be accused of collaboration.
Mm. Ancient temple remade over to Jupiter's with weeping stuff. Nah, it doesn't sound good.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a lot of information.
Hmm.
Okay. I don't think I can think of anything else to ask right now. How about you, Julia?
I cannot, no.
Okay. See what our fishmongery friend has to tell us. And what's in the available Lex Arcana records. Yeah, I'm good to finish up the audience and then go try and find the fishmonger. After we've gotten the records from that are on hand for the cohorts. Oh, and like part of it was also the lay of the land. So can you tell me what these? I mean, I'm assuming the skulls are the graveyard, but what these other S's and F's and A's and T's are?
So,
and these structures.
This is where the salt cistern is. This area
salt
here.
Cistern. Okay.
These are a bit of shantytown ruins that have developed in the last while.
Okay. Still populated?
Still populated. It really, he admits it really shouldn't be, but
Okay.
he has other problems right now. He'll deal with that after when your thing is done. He'll deal with that later. This is the public forum.
And the hallucinations have been seen reported at the salt cistern and the forum, right?
Yep.
Okay.
This is Temple Row, so this is a variety of temples dedicated to various gods.
Temple. Gotcha.
That's the ancient shrine.
Okay.
Dedicated
it's
to
now
Jupiter.
Temple of Jupiter.
Yep.
Okay.
That's the civil archives over that way.
Okay.
That's the ancient graveyard. Also current graveyard, because people, feels like it's the best place to put people. That is a watchtower that he doesn't have manned right now, because he's moved his people further away. He's moved them further afield.
Okay.
He's secured his palace, and he's kind of moved others further out to the borders of his prefecture. So that watchtower, if you want to take a look at lay of the land, that's probably not a bad place to look.
Okay.
He also notes that there is a Mancio there as well. He doesn't know if anyone's there because it's not manned right now. Because that's not what he's worried about. Is whether or not most of his travelers come by sea anyway, so even other people from Mauritania will take a boat here over taking the road.
Right.
all the way down this way, this is the village over the Golden Dune or the Golden Dawn.
Okay.
And over that way, he notes that is a old cavern that he has. There's all kinds of superstitious stories about people turning to stone there, but anytime Electroconics come around to look, there's no creature there. It's just a creepy looking cave. But he points it out because it's on the map you're asking him about. He's like, yeah, that's worth noting. Yeah. He doesn't advise. He usually tells people. He tries to tell like his lower civil servants, "Hey, could you tell people not to go there anymore? People keep getting hurt. It's getting to the point he's thinking about sealing the damn thing just so people stop."
Right.
But then again, there's also well, what if there's a gold vein down there, and who knows? So he's kind of again, that's a later problem, but he'll bring it up just because you asked him.
Right. Okay.
And of course, this is the major road that leads to the main provincial road. So this is the offshoot that comes up to Caesarea to here. Supposedly you could go down this way, but you're better off going. If you want to go in the main road, you go down that way south a bit, and then there's a much better road all the way down here that goes around the dunes and stuff. So it's a lot more. Which makes this area a little more secure to get at, sort of thing. It kind of tucks his port city away. Mind you, this city was, like this before he came to power. Caesarea has been a Roman settlement for a long time, long before his time.
I believe that is all from me.
Mm.
May we leave the palace and go find the fishmonger?
Yes.
That seems wise.
As you make your way back for the prefectorial palace, and your long audience has taken you quite a bit of time, it's turned to night. You see lanterns being lit up, and torches, well, not lanterns, but like torches being lit up, and you see patrols moving around. Just general, like, keeping the peace sort of stuff. And as people mill around, you can see it in the sky. An absence of stars. It looks even bigger than the moon's face itself. And no one's reacting to it. You can see it plain as the moon. All three of you. And it almost looks like it's slowly getting closer. And it looks like it's aimed straight at the city.
Someone is trying to slingshot the moon.
And with that, that'll be it. That'll be all. All of you watching out there, thank you very much for watching. For those of you playing, thank you very much for playing. And we'll pick this up again next time. Bye.
Good. Well set up for this next rigmarole.
And there was a key difference about how fast you guys got here. How the city was going to be depended on if you took the long way around or if you took the short way around. And if you go the quietest, most way possible, if you went like completely incognito, I'd be like, how do you get an audience? He doesn't know you're real.
Right.
Yeah.
Because you could, in theory, have not reported to him until after you did everything and said, okay, now we have a bunch of questions.
Right.
But if you came in all official looking, or at least rich looking, it's like, oh, a really nice ship came into port. Oh, okay, that must be you. Some people are asking for you. Oh, that must have been them. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Oh, they must have been trying to be careful. That makes sense.
It's kind of that balance of, speed